Goddess, I don't want to be a licker anymore. Bang! The sound of the bullet cut through the sky, and also sentenced Ye Ling to death. He lay on the ground, without breathing, with only the air in his chest. Ye Ling used his last sense to push his hands. His eyes stayed on a stone, and he tried to grasp the last chance in his life to feel the world. He grabbed the stone. But the surroundings turned into a dark room where you couldn't see your hand in front of you. And the wonderful touch in his palm. And a woman's panting and groaning came to his ears. Hum tilde. Hum. For a moment, Ye Ling realized it later. He retracted the hand that had just grabbed the big hand, and then stood up suddenly. He looked around with a look of astonishment, dim and without light, only a faint candlelight. His sight fell on the cabinet. Bedding was complete, and even, there was a whip that all men knew what to use. And there was a woman lying on the bed. 36D, a slender waist, and a pair of beautiful long legs with white stockings. Where is this? Didn't I accept the death penalty? Who is this woman? Why am I here? Horrified eyes wandered around the room. The calendar on the counter read 2008. A drop of cold sweat fell on the naked Ye Ling's forehead. He slowly got off the bed, opened the curtains, and looked out the window. The night view of the city was familiar to Ye Ling, until a towering pendulum building came into his sight. He was stunned and stuttered. Luoheng University. Luoheng University was familiar to Ye Ling, a place that carried his painful memories. This 211 university was not Ye Ling's college entrance examination goal. With Ye Ling's grades, Tsinghua University and Peking University were chasing him. But she gave up her future and came to Luoheng for a so-called childhood sweetheart she had known for 18 years. But what he didn't expect was that the girl became rich after going to college because of a huge profit from her family. Suddenly, Ye Ling and the girl were worlds apart. But Ye Ling still pursued the girl resolutely. From the age of 12, he liked her until the age of 27. He believed that one day, the girl would be moved by his sincerity and dedication. And the girl naturally threw all the responsibilities, troubles, and needs to Ye Ling, and Ye Ling would always be by the girl's side at the first time. This companionship lasted for 15 years. This fishing lasted for 15 years. The girl was never moved by Ye Ling's love, and would only say, "You are all by my side, what else do you want?" on her lips, accepting Ye Ling's love while rejecting Ye Ling's love. Love never stops, fishing never stops. Until one day after graduating from college, Ye Ling received a call. "Ye Ling, I know you are waiting for me, let's get married. If 15 years of love can catch a cloud that belongs to you." It was not about flowing eastward, but about breaking the stone. Just when Ye Ling was immersed in the joy of a happy love, a letter from the court also came to his hands. Overnight, Ye Ling became a murderous boss who killed thousands of people and owed tens of millions of debts. The sheep did not die in the wolf's mouth, but was handed over to the butcher behind him by the wolf. Ye Ling, who was in despair, walked to the execution ground. He also died at the sound of the gunshot. For a moment, Ye Ling's heart was mixed with mixed feelings, and more of it was the fear of the unknown in front of him. He looked at the girl on the bed and took a breath. Because the girl was no different from Ye Ling's naked appearance now except for a piece of cloth. A beauty focuses on the outline of the body, and the girl on the bed embodies these two words vividly. The girl's back is extremely delicate and beautiful under the moonlight. The breathing during deep sleep makes the quilt unable to cover the expansion and contraction of the ravine, which is extremely shocking. Especially the pair of extremely tight, voluptuous and slender legs, which are extremely tempting. Sometimes they cross each other, and the jade feet that seem to hook the toes are mouth-watering. Ye Ling approached the woman's body and turned her over. The small quilt seemed a little weak, and the girl's flawless white body. Ye Ling had a full view. But when Ye Ling saw the girl's face, his body trembled. Su Kiel. The top 10 campus beauties of Luoheng University. This also made Ye Ling understand that he was reborn. The memories of his previous life came to his mind, and he suddenly turned back and saw the camera that recorded all the processes in his memory. All of this, these scenes, and one thing after another, Ye Ling recalled. The bankruptcy of his parents, and his becoming the pawn of that woman to escape. Rebirth means that Ye Ling can prevent thousands of things that will make him regret in the future. And this camera. All of this was arranged by that woman. Using a dispensable person like Ye Ling, she pulled Su Kiel, one of the few school beauties who could make her bow her head, off the highest stage on campus, and even wanted to ruin Sukiel's reputation. A dog like Ye Ling was her least valuable chess piece. The remorseful boy pulled his hair, regret welling up in his heart. Fuck you. Ye Ling, you are such a beast. How did you do such a beastly thing in your previous life? Ye Ling was stunned, as if he thought of something. He looked at the bed sheet and there was no trace of blood. He panted, God, it's a good thing that I didn't rebirth a day later. If it was later, it would be a sin. Because he knew. In his previous life, how much did Sukiel pay for him? Ye Ling sat on the bed, picked up the camera, and took out a memory card from the middle. He stared at the camera that was enough to ruin the girl's innocence for life, and fell into deep thought. The reborn Ye Ling seemed to have thought of something. He smiled, and then he put the camera into his clothes. The plan suddenly emerged in Ye Ling's mind. But at this moment, the bed shook a little. Ye Ling turned his head and found that Sukiel's eyes were slightly open, her fingers were fiddling with her hair, and she turned over. The quilt. Falling. At the same time, Sukiel also woke up. The two looked at each other. One looked at the woman's private parts. The other looked at the man's private parts. The air seemed to freeze. Ye Ling. Ye Ling was a little surprised by Sukiel's look. No, sister, you recognized me in such a dark night. The two naked people looked at each other awkwardly. For a moment, Sukiel didn't know where to point to her body, and hesitated. You, me, are. Ye Ling swallowed his saliva, his face was sincere, and 10,000 words flashed in his mind. Then he said sincerely, oh, believe me, I really didn't do anything, really, believe me. Then, Ye Ling subconsciously looked at the girl twice more. But how could the girl believe it? Ye Ling knelt on the bed and moved forward, as if he wanted to get closer to the girl to prove something. But Sukiel stepped back a few steps, hugged the clothes in front of him tightly, and pointed at Ye Ling with one hand. Don't come over. For a moment, the heartbreak, unwillingness, and grievance of a broken jade disc. Like a tide, Sukiel's heart surged. She held her head, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Ye Ling was at a loss for a moment. That was true. He had done nothing. But in this situation, even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't explain it clearly. Ye Ling cried and said with a broken jar. Okay, Keel, then I will assume that I did it, okay? Don't worry, I will definitely be responsible for you. Get out. No, do you believe? I told you to get out. As she said that, Sukiel stood up and slammed Ye Ling's clothes on his face. Let's pretend that this incident today never happened. Sukiel sobbed and touched the tears in the corners of her eyes with her fingers. But, we have nothing to do with each other from now on. Then, Ye Ling was kicked out of the room. In the room, only Sukiel was left, looking down for something. Sukiel searched the entire room, but couldn't find a small open bag. She cried even harder. Ye Ling, bastard. He didn't wear it, did he? Ye Ling, who was kicked out, stood in the corridor, facing the naked wind in the corridor. His anus felt cold and he sighed helplessly. You said you lived a new life but in such an embarrassing situation. Heartbroken. But fortunately, Ye Ling didn't let Sukiel be ruined by himself like in the past. But just when Ye Ling breathed a sigh of relief, Ye Ling's mobile phone rang. The 5 words on the phone were extremely dazzling. Shinjushin Goddess. Ye Ling smiled bitterly, but soon a trace of teasing flashed across the corner of his eyes. The call was connected. Chapter 2, I won't chase you anymore, I've lost patience after 10 years. Hey. Ye Ling, did you take the photos and videos? If you did, hurry up and send them over. This time, I'll reward you with a week's worth of breakfast. Through the phone screen, Ye Ling heard the familiar voice stretching out, and his lips twitched. What a beautiful damn white lotus. The commanding tone hasn't changed one bit. I've already taken them. Really? Hearing that, Shinjushin was overjoyed, and Ye Ling could even hear a cheer from a dorm room. What kind of girl could be so malicious to want to ruin another girl's innocence? And still, a whole group of them. Looking back, none of Shinjushin's so-called good friends were any good. That scheming mastermind, there were so many. Send it to me in the morning, and I'll post it on the campus forum tomorrow. HMPH, only I can be the campus beauty. Ye Ling, you did a good job this time. Ye Ling sneered, but don't get ahead of yourself. Huh. Because the camera, I'm not giving it to you. Ye Ling's voice was cold, and Shinjushin's mood shifted instantly. The excited tone she had earlier turned into an interrogating one. What do you mean, Ye Ling? What happened? Do you feel guilty for doing this? Let me tell you, if you don't give me that camera, don't ever come see me again. Ye Ling laughed. Fine, fine, fine. Double happiness. Then, Shinjushin heard their beep 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 sound. As for Shinjushin's current mood, Ye Ling couldn't care less, and he definitely wouldn't try to comfort her like before. The so-called accompanying is the truest confession, to hell with that. Only when you're with someone who loves you does your presence have value. And also, tomorrow is Shinjushin's birthday. But as far as Ye Ling was concerned, there was no need to go. With his mood adjusted, Ye Ling felt a little dazed, holding his waist as he returned to the dorm. Opening the dorm door, a guy in a white tank top, flip-flops, and a fan in hand was standing right in front of Ye Ling, blocking his view. It was none other than Lin Huan, who was slurping noodles, directly blocking Ye Ling's way. You bastard, didn't come back last night. So, did you confess to that rich sister Shinjushin again? Let me guess, she rejected you, and then you went to the rooftop to drink, right? Am I right? Ye Ling rolled his eyes. Yeah, you're so smart, Tilder. But as soon as Ye Ling looked at the nostalgic environment of the dorm again, his emotions became mixed. His past life had been tainted by Shinjushin, and he hadn't even had a proper meal with his brothers or skipped class a few times. In this life, everything worth cherishing, he would make sure to make up for it. No, this is really wrong. In the past, we said he failed at confessing, and this bastard would come up and slap us a few times. But today, nothing happened. Because Ye Ling's bed was number 6, his roommates called him Lao Liu. The name was flashy, but Lin Huan, who was a bit of a loser, sensed something was off. He patted Ye Ling's shoulder and asked, Lao Yi, what's going on here? Ye Ling let go of Lin Huan's hand, took a deep breath, and sat down in a chair. Don't worry, I'm not going to confess to her anymore. Lin Huan's mouthful of noodles fell back into their bowl. Vocal. Did you screw up with her? Then, Lin Huan noticed the way Ye Ling was holding his waist, and his mouth formed an O. God, are you an animal, Lao Yi? The first night, and you already broke it. Upon hearing the last 3 words, the entire dorm's attention immediately turned to Ye Ling, and they all said in unison, Wow Tilder. As Ye Ling's university roommates, they knew Ye Ling's true feelings for Shinjushin. For years, confessing had been a daily routine, and they didn't know how many nights they had spent drinking with Ye Ling, staying out late. But Shinjushin? Anyone with eyes could tell she was just stringing Ye Ling along, neither accepting his love nor rejecting the benefits. Only someone like Ye Ling, who was deeply involved, still believed he had a chance. She is testing me. They had heard that sentence so many times it almost gave them calluses in their ears. But now, seeing Ye Ling's relaxed expression, Lin Huan was at a loss. Could it be that Ye Ling's sincerity really moved Shinjushin? But then again, after 10 years, even an iceberg should be melted by now, right? Lin Huan seemed to believe it a little. However, what surprised Lin Huan was that there was a hint of disdain in Ye Ling's eyes, and even a trace of disgust. I won't chase her anymore. Lin Huan immediately put his hand over Ye Ling's mouth, whispering next to his ear, Sure, Lao Liu, you can't say that. Did you do something wrong? Come on, tell me, do you need me to apologize for you? It's fine, my face isn't face, and my dignity isn't dignity, I've long given them up for you. Ye Ling sighed. Don't you think I looked like a dog while chasing Shinjushin? Who doesn't? Instantly, their 5 simp roommates all said in unison. Ye Ling shrugged. So I'm not going to chase her anymore. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. I'll tell you, just give Ye Ling 3 days, no, 1 day, he'll go back and look for Shinjushin. Host. I support you. Ye Ling smiled helplessly, and then a room appeared in his mind. But in that room, there were images of Ye Ling in various forms, scattered all around. Those were all drawn by Sukil before she went blind in his past life. Once upon a time, it seemed like Ye Ling had become the light in a girl's heart. With Sukil by his side, why should he trouble himself to break a 1,000-year-old bamboo demon? On the table, a red gift box caught Ye Ling's attention. He placed the camera, which had captured everything, in the corner of the table and then placed the red gift box on his lap. Damn, I almost forgot. I already prepared this birthday gift for that White Lotus a month in advance. I'll go return it this afternoon. Damn, it's already 7:40. I haven't even washed my face. Damn, I have an 8 o'clock class. Saying that, the 6 of them changed into their gear and rushed to the classroom building. It really pisses me off. Ching Ching, do you know? Ye Ling clearly took the video, but he won't give it to me. Do you think he is sick? Sitting next to Shinjushin, Liu Qingqing patted her shoulder and comforted her. Okay, he is just a low-life guy. Don't worry, with Ye Ling's temper, how could he not listen to you, Jushin? Trust me, he'll give it to you in a couple of days. Exactly, our Jushin's words are like an imperial decree to Ye Ling. Okay, good dogs are obedient, Jushin, don't give Ye Ling any face. Just leave him hanging. A girl trembled and said, but do you really want to post that video? Won't it be bad for Keel? Shinjushin's temper flared, and with a furrowed brow, she snapped at the girl, what do you know? Sukeel is just a filthy artist, a woman without a father. Why should she be the campus beauty? She has nothing but a white lotus, disgusting. Liu Qingqing comforted Shinjushin while looking around. Soon, a glint of light flashed in her eyes. Jushin, here he comes, here he comes. Ye Ling's here. Shinjushin's eyes flickered as she looked up. Soon, she saw Ye Ling walking down the corridor, looking as though he was searching for someone. Ye Ling looked up, scanning the entire classroom, but still didn't he see the person he was hoping to find. Sukeel, hasn't he come? Ye Ling's heart sank, but he roughly guessed where Sukeel was now. Seeing Ye Ling walking toward her, Liu Qingqing sneered, I told you, with Ye Ling's nature, he'll just act tough for one night, and with a little cold shoulder, he'll come crawling back like a puppy. Hey! Jushin, look, he is even holding a gift box, looks like an YSL limited edition. Shinjushin puffed up her cheeks, proud. The YSL limited edition lipstick was 300 apiece at the store, only Ye Ling would dare to buy it. With such a dog-like guy, how could she not have face? She looked at Ye Ling with disdain. He was just a dog she could command at will. Yesterday, he'd been a little tough with her, and today, here he was, wagging his tail with a gift. She sneered internally, knowing exactly what kind of disgusting confession Ye Ling was going to make. Put the gift down, I forgive you for yesterday, but don't do that again. Now, give me the video. Sitting on the desk, Shinjushin crossed her legs, casually looking at her nails, completely ignoring Ye Ling. Ye Ling, who had initially planned to find any spot to sit, stopped, his eyes fixed on Shinjushin as she performed her little act. All right, I know you like me. All those things you said, just keep them to yourself. I understand, I know your feelings. But Ye Ling, don't you think we're both adults now? If I casually agree, wouldn't that be irresponsible to both you and me? However, I'm going to punish you. For the next week, you're not allowed to bring me breakfast. Shinjushin was acting all high and mighty, and with the way Ye Ling would die without her attention, a week without breakfast felt like taking half his life away. But Ye Ling suddenly blurted out 2 words. Idiot. Chapter 3, Campus Beauty, Stop Chasing Me. Who are you cursing at? The scolding reached Ye Ling's ears, and he turned his head, sneering coldly. Liu Qingqing, this woman wasn't a good one either. In his past life, to pursue Shinjushin, he had spent a lot of money and given many gifts to Liu Qingqing. Am I talking to you? Don't flatter yourself. You. Liu Qingqing was furious, and just as she stood up to curse Ye Ling, she was pushed back down by Shinjushin. Liu Qingqing's face was full of confusion. Who was Ye Ling? A man who had been chasing Shinjushin for almost 10 years. What right did such a useless person have to speak to her like that? Ye Ling, what do you mean by this? You know today is my birthday. As she spoke, Shinjushin's eyes moved to the box of limited edition lipstick. Please. That gift set must cost at least 500 yuan. I don't believe you bought this gift for someone else. I know you care about face, so just keep it. I'll forgive you for what happened yesterday. Ye Ling laughed. Why was it that she was in the wrong, but now she was standing on the moral high ground to condemn him? What do you mean by forgiving me? Do you mean to say that just because today is my birthday, any man who buys a gift must give it to Shinjushin? What kind of logic is that? Seriously, the world is so full of strange creatures. There will definitely be an episode of Wildlife World featuring you. Ye Ling took the lipstick out of the gift box and waved it in front of Shinjushin's face. An 800 yuan lipstick. Want it? Lin Huan, it's yours. Use it when you chase after your girl in the future. Saying this, Ye Ling handed the lipstick to Lin Huan, who blinked in surprise. Godfather, are you serious? Ye Ling nodded, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shinjushin's expression turn sour. The more upset she looked, the happier Ye Ling felt. I love how you want to do something to me but can't. For a moment, neither Shinjushin nor Liu Qingqing could say anything. Then, Ye Ling pushed Shinjushin's arm aside. The pampered girl immediately collapsed back into her seat, her eyes filled with confusion, the kind of confusion someone feels when they can't control how things are unfolding. Unranked campus beauty, you're in the way. These words pierced straight through Shinjushin's heart. Her legs felt like they were cut off, and she slumped into her seat. Ye Ling, on the other hand, simply smiled casually and sat down with his 6 roommates in the back row. The roommates, who usually enjoyed watching the drama, couldn't help but murmur. My God, Ye Ling is so bold today. You call him Ye Ling? It's Jaeger, big brother yell. Don't stop him, this guy's got potential. I'm so proud. To celebrate Ye Ling escaping the pit of misery, tonight I'll treat everyone to drinks. Ye Ling's pain. Anyone object? I second that. Lin Huan, sitting next to Ye Ling, opened the gift box. 2 exquisitely made lipsticks caught his eye. 800 yuan for a lipstick, of course, the quality was good. Ye Ling, you really gave me this 800 yuan lipstick? Please. It's a limited edition. Ye Ling replied, what, you don't want it? I told you, if you meet a girl you like in the future, give her this. Consider it an investment from your godfather. Lin Huan shook his head and put the gift box back in front of Ye Ling. Forget it. You probably saved up for 3 months just to buy this lipstick. I can't use your trophy to pick up girls. Sorry, bro. Ye Ling looked at Lin Huan with a soft gaze without realizing it. In his past life, Lin Huan had always been like this. No matter how poor Ye Ling was, or how disappointing things got, Lin Huan was always there to stand up for him. A single sentence from Lin Huan could make him drink all night, or even mortgage his own house to help Ye Ling out of a tough spot. Someone like Lin Huan was a rare treasure as a brother. But as a husband, he was destined to be a sucker. In Ye Ling's past life, Lin Huan's wife had no qualms about giving him a family inheritance. As for the origins of this inheritance, let us just say. Don't worry, honey, they are all women. I didn't know my best friend brought a man over. I lost at a game, and he insisted on kissing me. Honey, I'm drunk. I'm not coming home. He said he's just rubbing against me, not going inside. I wore it. It's ruined. And that was when Lin Huan developed a smoking habit, which eventually led to lung cancer and his untimely death. Just then, Lin Huan leaned close to Ye Ling's ear and whispered, if you really want to show gratitude, I know a place where haircuts are 30 yuan, but a wash, cut, and blow dry costs 300. Both of them snickered. Is that for real? Meanwhile, Shinjushin and Liu Qingqing were sitting in silence, fuming. Jushin, how did Ye Ling suddenly become so tough? With his attitude, he deserves to never get you. Shinjushin lowered her head, not saying a word. She wasn't sure why, but there was a hint of grievance inside her. She didn't even know how to feel anymore. Perhaps she hadn't realized until now that the childhood friend who had always been at her beck and call was slowly starting to drift away. Her previous pride, which she could flaunt in front of her friends, suddenly seemed to have no place anymore. Then, as Shinjushin sat in her seat, she received gift after gift, but the one gift she had been waiting for, the lipstick, was nowhere to be found. For some reason, she felt an emptiness in her heart. It felt like something was missing. Even during class, Shinjushin was distracted, hardly paying attention to what the teacher was saying. The teacher's words felt like nothing more than background noise. Shinjushin couldn't concentrate. After much internal conflict, she finally pulled out her phone and, unable to contain herself, sent a message to Ye Ling. Back in the dormitory area, Ye Ling's phone vibrated. He opened the message to find it was from Shinjushin. Ye Ling, what's going on with you? You're not like this. What does Sukil have to do with you? Fine. If you want to give me the video, then don't. Can't you just be a bit magnanimous? Today's my birthday, so what if I'm being a little temperamental? Can't you just indulge me a little? I'm telling you, if you keep acting like this, I'll really be angry. For consecutive messages nearly caused Ye Ling's brain to short circuit. What a beautiful white lotus. Even Tant could probably vomit after eating it. Let me ask, do you often tattoo frogs on tadpoles? Shinjushin froze for a moment. She handed her phone to Liu Qingqing, nervously asking, Qingqing, what does this mean? Liu Qingqing glanced at the message and smirked. Jushin, do you really want to know? Tell me. Tattoos on tadpoles. You're showing off your mom. Shinjushin was stunned. After a beat, she realized what it meant, and her anger flared up. She clenched her phone tightly, feeling more and more suffocated. When did Ye Ling start talking to her like this? Ye Ling? Are you a man? Why can't you speak properly? Stop being so sarcastic. Ye Ling read Shinjushin's message and couldn't help but smile. When would a woman ever love you? The answer, when you don't love her. As for Shinjushin's messages, Ye Ling chose to ignore them completely. At that moment, resentment and frustration surged in Shinjushin's heart. Liu Qingqing patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. Hey, Jushin, it's okay. What's so great about Ye Ling? He has no money. Even if he's a bit good looking, what does that matter? Isn't he Senior Chen treating you well lately? He's got money, he's got status, much better than Ye Ling. And didn't Senior Chen say that once he gets the video, he'll spread it all over campus to make Sukil never raise her head again? Look, Sukil didn't even come to class today. Clearly, she has been messing around with Ye Ling. But compared to Sukil, Jushin, you're pure as snow. Liu Qingqing's words seemed to give Shinjushin a boost of confidence. Yeah, how could a campus beauty like her suffer because of an idiot? At that moment, Shinjushin sent another threatening message to Ye Ling. Ye Ling? This is your last chance to back down. If you keep acting like this, I won't give you another chance to chase me. But the next 10 minutes passed without any response from Ye Ling. Shinjushin clenched her teeth and sent a message to Lin Huanhuan, who was sitting next to Ye Ling. What's Ye Ling doing now? Not saying a word. Lin Huanhuan, with a dumpling in his mouth, checked the message and saw the note, snake-hearted woman. He wasn't the least bit fazed. The person you don't appreciate will eventually be appreciated by someone else. In the next second, Shinjushin found herself on Lin Huanhuan's blacklist. Chapter for Differential Calculus. No, student pot lid. The sunset fell on the classroom, and as the bell rang, the whole class rushed out of the classroom. Shinjushin, who was walking in the middle, lowered her head with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. She wanted to look back and see what Ye Ling was doing at the moment. Don't look back. If you look back, you are giving him face, don't you understand? Liu Qingqing saw through Shinjushin's thoughts and gently pulled Shinjushin's arm. When Shinjushin heard what Liu Qingqing said, he felt determined. Yes. Turning back is giving him face. So he quickly quickened his pace and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Seeing Shinjushin's unhesitating look, Ye Ling's roommate also gasped. An ordinary girl would definitely obey if she was coaxed, but Shinjushin is a school beauty after all. She is even harder to please than the Queen Mother. Sixth brother, this poisonous woman Shin seems to be quite arrogant. Are you really not going to say anything? That's right. Besides, Lao Liu, I really don't believe that you don't have Shinjushin in your heart. Girls, maybe they will be fine after hearing a few nice words. If you are good at oral sex, you can coax her into submission. That's right, if you let it go in one day, either you're a scumbag or I'm stupid. Ye Ling spread his hands indifferently. Let go in one day. How is it possible? How many people know the suffering I have endured? Who knows the unforgettable pain of decades in the previous life? Love others before you love yourself. Bulletproof vests can block bullets, but does that mean that the person who shoots the bullet can just wear the bulletproof vest? As he spoke, a slightly vicissitude smile appeared on Ye Ling's lips, but his eyes were burning with passion. Rebirth is like the end of all hardships. There are too many things for him to accomplish in this life. He wants to live 100 times more successfully than his last life. The roommates who were stunned by Ye Ling's words all changed their attitude towards Ye Ling at the same time. It seemed that once these words were spoken, the homeless man who only knew how to lick Shinjushin's boots was a little different from before. If I were given an ounce of gold and an ounce of wind when I was young, This is the sentence from a novel in Ye Ling's previous life that left the deepest impression on him. After leaving the classroom, Ye Ling went his separate ways from his roommate and walked alone in the lush corridor bathed in the sunset glow. Ye Ling. You won't eat with us? Ye Ling waved his hands. You guys go, the prince is going to see the princess. This sentence is very childish. But it is true that Ye Ling also has to go on a date of his own, to meet the girl who held a pen in her hand and drew Ye Ling before she ended her life. Lin Huan was confused. Didn't you say you wouldn't pursue Shen Jushin anymore? Where did the princess come from? Could it be that Ye Ling is really a scumbag? Ye Ling touched his thick mushroom head and came to a barber shop called Yi Jianmai. As we all know, getting a haircut is a gamble that is not against the law. Facing the glass, Ye Ling touched her hair. Yes, compared to Edison Chen, he is only slightly better. Snap. The glass door was opened and Zhuang's mother walked out. TSK, you, a young man, are baring your teeth at my glass. You are putting a lot of pressure on your aunt. Do you want to get your hair cut or not? Reason. Wash, cut, blow dry. Which one do you want? This blow, is it serious? Question mark. The old lady took a comb, combed Ye Ling's hair, touched the thick hair, and looked envious. What hairstyle do you want, young man? Differential crushing cover. What flat pot lid? Ye Ling's mouth twitched. It was true that the old lady in this cheap barber shop had bad hearing. But it was normal. After all, hairstyles in this era were not so particular. Auntie, it's very simple. Just cut it as I tell you. First like this, then like that, then like this, and it will be okay. The old lady suddenly realized, oh, this is it, and then that. Yes. Half an hour later, a clean-cut male college student walked out of the barber shop calmly. He won the bet. But just changing the head will only get you so far. Then, Ye Ling returned the lipstick and used the refund to exchange for a pair of rose gold glasses. Then, she bought a set of loose Korean-style clothes. Add a pair of straight leg pants and a pair of clean sneakers. Ye Ling grinned as he looked in the mirror. A scoundrel of gentlemanly character, it should be so. It seems that even Eddie Peng would have to give me some distance if he saw me. Ye Ling seemed to be reborn, and smiled knowingly. This kind of aesthetic that is out of touch with the times would be a dimensionality reduction attack if applied today. Youth and love never grow old, even if thorns grow everywhere and the fine clothes and horses are lost. This feeling of starting over again. It's so wonderful that it's hard to describe. Jushin, that handsome guy is so handsome. Where? Outside the mall, Shen Jushin and Liu Qingqing got out of a Porsche 718, followed by a boy in a suit. Liu Qingqing pointed forward, and Shen Jushin looked far away in the direction of her finger. He saw it, but the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. She seems to be Ye Ling. How is it possible? Liu Qingqing put on the glasses in her bag and saw the boy's true face. Her mouth made an O shape. Is it really him? Liu Qingqing thought for a moment and a smug look appeared on the corner of her mouth. I know. He must have asked someone to find out where we had dinner, and then dressed like this to come and look for you, Jushin. This guy really took great pains to think of this. Jushin, I'm telling you, don't look for him. Why? Think about it, isn't Ye Ling doing this just to attract your attention? Maybe she dressed like this and walked out of here on purpose for you to see? You thought it was an accidental encounter, but in fact, she had already buried countless foreshadowings. Can't I understand this little man's mind, sister? Liu Qingqing looked very proud, and at this moment she felt like a detective. For a guy like Ye Ling, Liu Qingqing can even guess what the smell is when he farts. Ignore him. Believe me, he will definitely try every means to find you at night. Shen Qingqing nodded, took the arm of the man in a suit next to her, and entered the mall. But little did they know that Ye Ling's direction was completely different from theirs. After a while, a full moon appeared in the sky early, and Ye Ling came to the largest internet cafe near the school, Xingxin Internet Cafe. This is where Ye Ling and Sukil first met. Sukil is a true queen of flowers. She majored in computer science and had first-rate coding skills. She could also draw. She was also a complete internet addict who smoked, drank, and did everything. The internet cafe is also half of Sukil's home. Walking into the internet cafe, Ye Ling first looked around without turning on the computer. Soon, he narrowed his eyes and saw the most dazzling girl in the crowd. She had sea red hair, a white fox face, and a pair of extremely delicate peach blossom eyes. She was holding a cigarette in one hand and a lollipop in her mouth. She wasn't dressed revealingly, but her collarbone was extremely clear above the dress, and one could even see the ravines of the mountains and rivers. Of course, there is something more important. Those legs in white lace. Sukil laid her flat on the table, and at a glance by Ye Ling took a breath of cold air. A secret message. I want to challenge my weak spot. Ye Ling looked at the network administrator. Machine number 13, overnight stay, give me 10 lollipops. The network administrator girl with smoky makeup nodded. She took out a card and handed it to Ye Ling. But when she raised her head and saw Ye Ling's face, her calves tightened unconsciously. Such a handsome man. This kind of stuff, I have never seen it in an internet cafe in my life. The network administrator glanced at the Zhang family next to their seats, and then glanced at Ye Ling. Can you give me the card? After Ye Ling gave a reminder, the network administrator finally let go of the hand holding the card. Machine 13, 15 for the night, plus the rest, 20 in total, 80 back to you. Okay. The network administrator handed all the things to Ye Ling, then looked at the back of Ye Ling, the gentlemanly villain, and quickly opened his sister group. Sisters. A handsome guy has come to our internet cafe. He is 186 centimeters tall, estimated to be 18 centimeters without his head. Oh my god, you know that? No, I'm asking about the latter part. Is Zundu fake? OP, how handsome is he? Can you describe him? The girl thought for a while, not knowing where to point her finger. I'm still sticky there. This is trendy already. On the other side, Ye Ling, wearing a mask, sat at camera position number 13. The girl didn't seem to notice anyone coming over, and she was still moving her mouth to hit the Gatling gun. Ku menes. I'm a pervert. 1 stroke means tetanus. 2 strokes means death. When the knife rings, the support is wasted. When the small box is released, the AD is buried. Fuck. My brother and I are close friends, and you are picking Ganoderma lucidum. No, where are the people? I'll be in charge of the killings, and you guys will be in charge of the har, right? Brother. We have sworn brotherhood and pledged our all, so if we get beaten up, you two will split the bill. Is it okay, prison? On the side, Ye Ling held his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Isn't he this sister Jew plus? My mute bride is just right. Ye Ling quietly opened the game. Sukil is good in everything except that he has a big mouth. But this may be because of the carefreeness brought by Sukil's independence after breaking up with his family, and his carefreeness towards the internet. He is rebellious and ruffian, but he is always sincere and true to Ye Ling. This may be Sukil's shining point. He could also quit smoking, drinking, and swearing because Ye Ling didn't like him, and become a girl who loved music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. No reason. Just like. Thinking back to Shinjushin's words, "You've crossed the line," Ye Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like they are pursuing independence, but in reality, they just don't care. As he spoke, Ye Ling opened QQ and posted a QQ status with emotion. There is no everlasting love, there is only me falling in love with you again and again. I never grasped the past, but we are destined to meet tonight. In KTV. Liu Qingqing and Shinjushin were watching this QQ update. Chapter 5 this time, I won't forgive him so easily. It's strange that there is no everlasting love. What I have is just that I fall in love with you again and again. I never grasped the past, but we are destined to meet tonight. I told you, he must have been mad at you this morning. My sisters, I am so smart. The table was slapped loudly by Liu Qingqing. She adjusted her black framed glasses on her nose, like a military strategist who was in charge of the country. But Shinjushin was a little unsure. I feel. No way. I don't know why it feels a little weird. How could that be? Liu Qingqing drank up the wine in the quilt. Come, sister will analyze it for you. Did Ye Ling not bring the camera to you yesterday? Did Ye Ling give the gift to that stinky loser Lin Huanhuan in front of you this morning? Did Ye Ling dress himself up like a handsome hipster this afternoon and then deliberately pass by you? Do you know what this means? Liu Qingqing's rapid fire made Shinjushin a little confused. What? You are stupid. You are playing hard to get. R. Shinjushin thought about it, but still couldn't figure it out. Think about it, a child with milk will only cry, and a child without milk will be obedient. Look, it's because you gave Ye Ling too many opportunities to get close to you in the past, and now Ye Ling has become so popular that he has realized it and wants to turn the tables. This dynamic is talking about you. Shinjushin thought about it for a while and realized that it was true. In the past, if Ye Ling wanted to sit next to him, he just had to bring him breakfast. Every time Ye Ling had feelings for her, although Shinjushin rejected him, every time she gave Ye Ling hope. Thinking of this, Shinjushin still felt that she was a pretty good person. So what should I do now? Liu Qingqing held her chin with her fingers and thought, we are destined to meet tonight. Then Ye Ling must be in the mall now. Ignore him, wait for him to come to you, and then leave him alone. Shinjushin nodded. Okay. This time, I won't forgive him so easily. Xingxin Internet Cafe. The girl took off her headphones, scratched her head, puffed her cheeks and looked depressed, just like the female college student who became more and more silent during a 5-game series of esports games. Is it possible to win this game? I'm so angry. Little Hetton closed Dota and opened QQ Speed. The room was opened and recruitment was opened. The female racing god of Akina Mountain, come here if you don't agree. Ye Ling, who was sitting opposite, saw a familiar ID. Hemorrhoids 8 prescriptions. But after a long time, only one novice account came into the room. His name is Fujiwara Hiromi. Sukiel typed unhappily. Little friend, if you are a beginner, don't come to my room. You may not even be able to smell my tail gas. Sukiel was chewing a lollipop and looking at the screen. During the next class, his glasses were as big as bells. Open. Good boy. In one word, arrogant. Sukiel perked up, her chest rising and falling slightly. She put out her cigarette and threw a lollipop into her mouth. She was serious. But within a minute, Sukiel was dumbfounded. Why is this corner so fast? Inertia. At every turn, the new little bike sticks to the curve very well. And every turn is so smooth. Fast exit from corners. SSW spray. WSW spray. Continuous turns, continuous nitrogen acceleration. Sukiel was blown up by a flatbed truck. Are you coming again? God of cars. Sukiel's face froze, and he fired the second shot without saying a word. Same map. Same ending. The gap is not getting smaller. Instead, it's getting bigger. The girl was numb. She took off her headphones and stared at the IP address on the screen. Xingxin Internet Cafe. Sukiel stood up like a spring, her cheeks puffed out and her little fists clenched. Who on earth is that? Fork it out. Fork it out. Sukiel shouted with his eyes closed, but gradually, a tall boy wearing a black mask occupied Sukiel's eyes. God of cars, your driving skills don't seem to be that good. As he spoke, the boy took off his mask. His handsome face immediately pierced Sukiel's heart. Sukiel couldn't close his lips for a moment. I don't know why, but looking at Sukiel in front of him, Ye Ling could no longer suppress the doting in his eyes that had not been seen for a long time. He opened a lollipop and stuffed it into Sukiel's mouth. Then he carefully put out the cigarette in Sukiel's hand. Smoke less, it's bad for your health. Just eat lollipops from now on. Looking at the person who had taken away his innocence, Sukiel suddenly felt indescribable grievance and discomfort. She seemed to be talking. But I can't tell. I'm sorry, I didn't come to you the first time. I was afraid that you would be angry at that time, and no matter how much I said, it would be useless. Can you give me some time to explain? As he spoke, Ye Ling took out a bag of lollipops and placed it in front of Sukiel. Well, I'm a little poor now, so I can only give you this much. When I have more money in the future, I'll give you as many lollipops as you want. Sukiel wiped his eyes and snorted coldly. You are sick. How deceptive. Ye Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Sukiel, a man with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Two people sat on one side. What do you want to explain? Ye Ling calmed down his thoughts. Of course, I have to apologize first. The first thing is that I saw your body naked. Tai. A punch hit Ye Ling on the head. Are you really sick? Although Ye Ling was beaten, he was still happy. In fact, it is very simple to coax a girl, just don't think about proving yourself. First try to make the girl happy. It will show your IQ is 250 if you just try to make her happy. But if you insist on being stubborn with the girl and say that there is nothing wrong with you, that will only lead to wasting time. Apologize first, then reason. This is the right thing to do. Of course not. But I know that you are calm now and can listen to me. If you want, I can tell you the reason. Soon, Ye Ling told Sukil the whole story. Although Sukil had a blank expression on his face the entire time, his eyes never lied, and his previous sharpness gradually faded away. So that camera didn't actually record anything, and I didn't do anything to you. We were both drugged. Sukil bit her teeth and said, "So you really didn't touch me?" Ye Ling clasped his hands together. "Really not, look at that bed, there's not even any blood. How could I have done that to you, right?" Hearing this, Sukil's cheeks became slightly hot, and his ears turned red unconsciously. It seems that's really the case. Looking at Sukil's silly expression, Ye Ling couldn't help laughing. The two of them just looked at each other without saying anything. The wind in the room flowed slightly, blowing Ye Ling's hair, and his eyes were as deep as the sea of stars. "I changed my glasses and my hairstyle, and now I look like a decent person." Sukil muttered this and looked at the computer with a lollipop in his mouth. Ye Ling was secretly watching Sukil's eyes. He felt extremely at ease just looking at the girl in front of him. He still remembers the graduation party in his previous life. Ye Ling was knocked down by Sukil in front of everyone. The drunk Sukil grabbed Ye Ling's sleeve and shouted drunkenly, "Ye Ling! Why can't you like me? Even if you look back at me. Just one look. But I have someone I like. I don't care." Sukil punched Ye Ling's chest with both fists, waving his little fists vigorously with tears in his eyes. "You can only love me in this life. Even if you die, you have to love me." Domineering, of course Sukil is domineering. But, she really loves Ye Ling. In his previous life, Ye Ling had a car accident on his way back to his hometown and broke 9 ribs. Sukil, who was studying fine arts in the United States and was about to take a graded exam, booked a flight to see Ye Ling without hesitation after hearing Lin Huanhuan's call. Ye Ling still remembers it now. When you can't breathe and your hands are cold. The feeling of those hot hands holding me tightly. Tens of thousands of miles away. I can't stop that sentence. Don't go. Ye Ling smiled casually, his nose felt sore, and he said nothing, just stared at Sukil in silence. Plant a word in your heart. Kola, I didn't see you in my last life. In this life, I just hope that you have me in your world. Chapter 6, I agreed, I don't owe you anything. How come you're so fast? Why are you so smooth in and out of turns? How do you get this nitrous out of the corner? Hey, there's this. At that moment, Sukil was like a curious baby who knew nothing and had 100,000 questions in his mind, pointing and drawing on Ye Ling's screen. Of course, Ye Ling also patiently answered their questions one by one. Maybe the two of them were too devoted. There was only enough distance between the two of them to allow them to go in and out. Ye Ling could even feel Sukil's breath. Ye Ling's occasional humor often made Sukil laugh, especially the shaking of the 36D Big Bear. The girl's hair kept brushing against the boy's hand. The itchiness of the hair ends touching his hand made Ye Ling feel warmer unconsciously. This ambiguous feeling might be enjoyed by every boy and girl. I don't know why. Sukil could also sense this hint of ambiguity. But he didn't dislike Ye Ling at all. It seemed that there was a silent attraction between them. Even though there were misunderstandings between them, after Ye Ling's explanation, Sukil had already inadvertently let down his guard in his heart. Although Sukil looks like a bad girl, she actually has a good sense of propriety in everything. Especially matters between men and women. After all, with Sukil's figure and looks, her suitors could probably be found all the way to France, but Sukil has never accepted any gifts from boys. This is completely different from Shinjushin, who accepted his love but did not reject his kindness. Are you hungry? Ye Ling's sudden question made Sukil a little confused. RR? Ye Ling couldn't help laughing when he saw Sukil's chubby appearance. Stop playing games, I'll take you to eat. Eat. Sukil's head nodded like a swinging hammer. Ye Ling smiled knowingly, and soon the two of them arrived at the mall. Snack Street. The lights in the night market are extremely warm. The snack streets in mountain cities that are full of mountain atmosphere are extremely touching. You can smell the strong flavor of fireworks wherever you go. Ye Ling pulled Sukiel's clothes and came to a noodle stall. He rubbed his hands and carefully covered Sukiel's hand. It's so cold, and you're still wearing a short skirt. This coat doesn't keep you warm. It's almost winter, and it's a bit cold, you know. Cover your hands to warm them up. Ye Ling let go of his hand with a smile, then turned around to look at the boss. Boss, give me 2 bowls of small noodles, spicy, hot and spicy, no onions, no cilantro, but garlic. Okay. Sukiel stared at Ye Ling with suspicion. This is really strange. Is it because your taste is too similar to mine, or do you know what I like to eat? She poked Ye Ling's nose with a finger. Tell me. Are you interested in me? Ye Ling was stunned for a moment. She pushed Sukiel's shoulder. Okay, sit down. The boy was stunned. His 2 ears, which were red from the cold, were wrapped by his 2 little hands. I promised you that I don't owe you anything. All of a sudden, Sukiel's hand retracted into his sleeve, and Ye Ling touched his ear. The temperature is still there. Ye Ling said with a doting look on his face. Okay, I'll owe you something in the future. On the bench, 2 bowls of hot mountain noodles exuded the unique aroma of the evening. After 2 mouthfuls of spicy noodles went down my stomach, the winter cold didn't seem so biting, but more importantly, it seemed like there was someone willing to accompany me to eat a bowl of noodles that couldn't be more ordinary. It seemed that the temperature in the mountain city was dropping very quickly. At night, light snowflakes floated on the ends of each other's hair. Ye Ling stretched out his fingers and picked a snowflake from the top of Sukiel's head. Snowflake. I want to keep the snowflakes, but in my hands, they will only melt faster. Don't worry about whether we will be together in the future. Cherish the present moment. Sufficient. Ye Ling placed the snowflakes on the tip of Sukiel's nose. Sukiel blew on them playfully, and the snowflakes fell onto Ye Ling's face. The snowflakes seemed to become embellishments. Snowflakes were released in the night market. Ye Ling was abstinent and pure, while Sukiel was sentimental yet pure. The 2 of them became a unique sight at the noodle stall. The eyes of passers-by unconsciously fell on the 2 of them. That girl is so pretty. Her figure is much better than mine. I also want that feeling of walking with a heavy body. Who is she? I want to get her QQ number. Sukiel from the computer science department. Why don't you even know him? Oh, I haven't heard of it. Are you talking about you, smarty? You're one of the top 10 campus beauties this time. I see. Compared to women, I still like games better. You deserve to be single. She has an extraordinary appearance, but I think those 2 lumps, are even more amazing. Vulgar, you men only care about body shapes. If you have this figure, tie your hair into 2 ponytails, and turn off the lights, even a 60-year-old man would be interested in fucking you. There was a lot of gossip and discussion all around, and it seemed that Sukiel's expression had changed a little. He could no longer be described as depressed, nor as happy. Ye Ling also noticed this. It would be very uncomfortable for a girl to be criticized by a group of people about her figure. It's just like boys slandering each other's size in the dormitory late at night. Sukiel finished her noodles and picked up her lipstick to touch up her makeup. As she listened to the conversation, she couldn't control the strength of her little hands, and all of a sudden, the lipstick broken. Sukiel looked at the lipstick and silently put it back into her bag. But in a trance, his hand was pulled up. Come on, I'll take you shopping. Sukiel was a little dazed. Her hand was held by Ye Ling. The 2 of them were running in the evening shopping mall. Following Ye Ling's familiar route, the 2 of them walked to the YSL lipstick shop. Jushin, you don't really want to wait here, do you? People are waiting for us in the bar. In the mall, Shin Jushin was standing outside a coffee shop. Liu Qingqing didn't understand what was wrong with this girl. Okay, I came out to get some fresh air. You don't know, those guys kept looking at me. I was really impressed. They didn't have much money, and their car keys weren't even of a good brand, but they still flirted with me. Liu Qingqing soothed him. Okay, after all, it was Xenia Chen who organized the birthday party for you, so you have to give him some face, right? They don't have money, but Xenia Chen does. Didn't you see that Porsche? If I could get on the passenger seat of her car, OMG, it's unimaginable, unimaginable. Shin Jushin remained silent, and Liu Qingqing felt it was a bit strange. Miss, what do you mean? Are you not going to come back with me? Shin Jushin sighed and said, you go back first. I'll go for a while to get rid of the alcohol. You go back first. You should also be careful and don't drink too much. Liu Qingqing said helplessly. Okay, then you come back early, don't worry, sister is as chaste as jade. Having said that, Liu Qingqing returned to the bar. But Shen Zhuxian silently opened his cell phone. In the same mall, a man and a woman were standing at the door of the lipstick shop. Boss, give me a limited edition lipstick gift box. At the counter, Sukil looked at boxes of lipsticks, the price of which was no less than 500, and her hands began to tremble. You're crazy. Why did you come to this store to buy lipstick? It's so expensive. Sukil carefully pulled Ye Ling's arm, but Ye Ling didn't care and paid the money casually. A delicate gift box was handed to Ye Ling, but Ye Ling hung it steadily on Sukil's wrist. I want to buy your happiness, can't I? Ye Ling looked at Sukil's dazed expression and said in a very gentle voice, okay, it's just a gift. Consider it my apology for what I did in the hotel before. All of a sudden, Sukil's little fist became hard. The small hammer hit Ye Ling's leg at once, causing him to feel a great pain. If you talk about the hotel again, I'm going to rip your mouth off. Ye Ling gave in and said, okay, I won't mention it anymore. Now you don't feel guilty anymore, right? Sukil pouted her lips, and her tone was not cold, but rather like a piece of glutinous rice. This is not a question of guilt. I don't deserve such an expensive gift from you. Ye Ling, you know, even if it's a gift, it should be mutual. You can't buy me a lipstick just because I ran out of lipstick. What if I lost my house? Will you buy me a house too? Will you discuss your purchases with me next time? Their words were ordinary, but Ye Ling felt that they were like the sound of a musical instrument touching his heart. Yes, sir. In the mall, two people walked side by side, walking in every corner of the mall. At this moment, Ye Ling saw a figure at the door of a coffee shop. She was wearing a black evening dress and was extremely charming. And she'll go too far. But there was a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Ye Ling. Chapter 7. You are not as good as her, that's all. Ye Ling's transformation made Shen Zhuxian a little unbelievable. Although she and Liu Qingqing saw Ye Ling's approximate outfit in the afternoon, they did not look very closely. From a distance, they could only see some atmosphere. But now, looking closer. But it was surprising. Ye Ling. It's like a different person. There are no more heavy pot lids that used to cover the eyes, no more student glasses frames that used to be so tacky, and no more wrinkled white t-shirts that have been worn for who knows how many years. Instead, he was wearing a very clean outfit, black straight pants, which perfectly highlighted Ye Ling's already slender legs. Although Ye Ling had a thin body, his natural broad shoulders made his half-suit look extremely well-proportioned. With a white inner layer and a cross necklace, his abstinence-filled temperament was ready to emerge. The sight slid across Ye Ling's eyes. Shen Zhuxian opened her mouth slightly. The messy yet layered hair, coupled with a pair of rose gold frames, that kind of vague abstinence and elegance, immediately penetrated Shen Zhuxian's heart. Shen Zhuxian had never seen Ye Ling like this before. She looked a little dazed. This feeling is like a ring that has never been worn or paid attention to, but suddenly one day, it shines with its own light. But at this moment. But Ye Ling does not belong to him. Ye Ling had a blank expression on his face. Shen Zhuxian saw him when he left the lipstick shop, but thinking that the two of them had no relationship, there was no need for her to see him every day, so she simply went on the path she originally wanted to take. But to his surprise, Shen Zhuxian took the initiative to call him. Ye Ling nodded slightly, his fingers sticking to Sukil's sleeves, wanting to hold Sukil's hand and walk out of the mall. Ye Ling, you don't even say hello to me now. Ye Ling did not stop his steps to leave, but the next second, his hand was suddenly grabbed. Then a giraffe with its chin raised stood in front of him, and its arrogance directly blocked Ye Ling's way. I don't know if I'm disappointed or angry, Shen Zhuxian is a little confused now. But I saw Ye Ling's QQ space. Isn't that what is being said about me? Shen Zhuxian's confidence suddenly increased. Ye Ling, don't you think you should give me an explanation for some things? Ye Ling said impatiently, what's the matter? What do you want to talk to me about? Shen Zhuxian gritted her teeth, just yesterday I sent you so many messages, why didn't you reply to me? You were never like this before. A person's toughness is so inexplicable. Even though he is completely unreasonable, he can still give you a splitting headache. The woman's punch caused Ye Ling to have a heart attack. Looking at Shinju's confident expression, Ye Ling said calmly, I don't want to go back. Don't want to go back. Shinjushin's back molars were connected together, and Ye Ling was afraid that she would bite her teeth off in the next second. A glance at the corner of my eye. At this time, the somewhat annoyed Shinjushin noticed that there was a girl next to Ye Ling. She was not surprised but shocked. Sukil. Why is she with Ye Ling? The girl's pupils dilated. Sukil was originally the school belle on campus. She had a cold appearance and was not the same type as a sweet girl like herself. It could only be said that they each had their own merits. But no matter how different their types are, there is still one thing that makes women very different. Shinjushin looked at Sukil's heavy 4 ounces of meat, and then looked at his own 1 ounce of meat. Sukil lowered his head and couldn't see his toes. Shinjushin looked down and saw a foot. One is a QQ bounce, the other is a flat plane. Even Shinjushin was wondering, how good does this feel? If this body shape were on me. I have to praise myself even when taking a shower. I have a great figure. The box of lipstick in Ye Ling's hand attracted Shinjushin's attention. When she saw clearly that this box of lipstick was the one that Ye Ling gave to Lin Huanhuan in the morning, Shinjushin couldn't contain her excitement. She pointed at the lipstick gift box, and her eyes were filled with the sincerity of white moonlight again. Ye Ling, I knew that you knew it was my birthday today, so you should keep this lipstick for me, right? Ye Ling twitched his lips. Why is your face so big? How about you guess? Shinjushin pouted. How could it not be given to me? Are you going to give it to her? As she said that, Shinjushin stretched out a finger and pointed at Sukil's nose. Sukil's eyebrows narrowed slightly and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Ye Ling shook his head and smiled. Don't get me wrong, it's just what you think. Shinjushin still pouted, like a proud white swan. I knew you would definitely prepare for me, huh? Don't misunderstand. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Shinjushin didn't find it strange. After all, Sukil was tricked by her some time ago and went to bed with Ye Ling. It would be good enough if she didn't hate Ye Ling to the core, but how could she possibly fall for this dead liquor? But the second half. Is it what you think? Are you afraid that I didn't understand? Shinjushin's eyes were like a pair of hooks, staring at the gift box and then at Sukil. Why? Why? She doesn't understand. No. Ye Ling must be mad at me. These words flashed through Shinjushin's mind, but the next moment, Ye Ling placed the gift box safely in Sukil's hand, and then pulled Sukil's sleeve. Sukil, like a good child, followed Ye Ling and passed by Shinjushin. And Ye Ling and Sukil's shoulders. At this time. Not heavy. But it was like a piece of stubborn stone that shattered the ice in Shinjushin's heart. Don't go. I won't let you go. Ye Ling. Don't go. I didn't let you go. Why are you leaving? Shinjushin turned around and ran to the two people. Even she herself. I don't know why I did this. She clenched her palms, her voice choking. Ye Ling, you've been chasing me for so long, why do you just stop chasing me? A hysterical shout pierced through the corridor of the mall. But Ye Ling said it calmly without blushing or beating his heart. You're not as good as her. That's all. These words were deeply engraved in people's hearts, and Shinjushin's eyes were blank for a moment. The two people walked out of the mall, but a voice came from behind them. Ye Ling. With your character, you will never be able to catch up with me in the future. Ye Ling, who had originally wanted to ignore this crazy woman, was about to leave this place without looking back, but the sleeve in his hand was empty. It's over. Ye Ling turned his head suddenly and heard an extremely crisp slapping sound. Sukil's slap hit Shinjushin's cheek exactly. Shinjushin was slapped into a state of bewilderment. She felt numb and looked helplessly into the distance, watching Ye Ling gradually approaching, tears in her eyes. Why did you hit me? You are bully. Ye Ling hit me. Bullying? Sukil casually opened the lipstick that Ye Ling gave her and put on her makeup in front of Shinjushin. She turned around and smiled at Ye Ling, laughing. Ye Ling said helplessly, it looks good, but you don't have to do it, little ancestor. Sukil's expression changed and he looked at Shinjushin, who was knocked down by him. Because she doesn't deserve your concern. Chapter 8. Because I also pay attention to you. The pendulum in Ye Ling's mind shook slightly unconsciously. She. Don't you deserve my love? It seems that it is true. More and more eyes were looking at him from all around. There was a huge crowd of people in the mall at night. Ye Ling took a step forward and silently protected Sukil behind him. Of course he knew Sukil's temper. The campus queen is mainly domineering. Beat up anyone you dislike. In the previous life, whenever Shinjushin did something excessive to him, Sukil will definitely teach Shinjushin a lesson. Every time, Ye Ling would feel overwhelmed and blame Sukil, and Sukil was also very sincere. But the next time Shinjushin did something excessive to Ye Ling, Sukil will definitely beat Shinjushin again. Focus on one. Next time I will. Little pearls were spinning in Shinjushin's eyes. She bit her teeth and stared at Ye Ling. There was a word in his eyes. Can you say something? Ye Ling took out his meal money from his sleeve and put 2 Mao Zedong notes in Shinjushin's hand. I'm sorry, my friend was a bit too rough, you should go see a doctor yourself, don't look for her. I'll pay you back if you want, but I don't want to waste my time with you right now. After saying this, Ye Ling took Sukil's hand and left the crime scene in public. Looking at the 200 yuan in her hand and then at the backs of the two people leaving, tears flowed down Shinjushin's cheeks and overflowed from her eyes. The trivial conversations around the mall were like tiny drops of rain falling. Shinjushin's eyes never left the $200 bills. She had been spoiled since she was a child. After graduating from high school, as her parents became rich overnight, Shinjushin could not bear to suffer any hardship. But Ye Ling, who used to regard him as a treasure, was now drifting away from him. That little follower who obeyed me in everything had never treated me like this before. When had I ever been wronged like this? Jushin. Why are you here? Liu Qingqing, who didn't know what had happened, hurried over, squatted beside Shinjushin, and asked about the situation. Why are you still crying? Shinjushin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Qingqing, Ye Ling has changed. He must not like me anymore. He has never treated me like this before, you know, that bitch Sukil slapped me just now, and Ye Ling gave me 200 yuan without saying a word. Shinjushin's voice was choked, as if there was a bone stuck in her throat. Her breathing became rapid due to her anxiety. She wanted to calm down, but she couldn't control her emotions at all. Wronged. Come to mind. The look on Ye Ling's face as if he was looking at something extremely disgusting flashed through her mind. Shinju was confused. She always thought she was an extremely kind girl. Ye Ling confessed to me countless times. Although I didn't accept him, didn't I also say no out loud? Instead, he gave Ye Ling chances again and again. Ye Ling wanted to accompany him and protect him from the wind and rain, so hadn't he given him all the chances? Every time I didn't give Ye Ling hope and light. But look at Ye Ling. But today he did such a hateful thing to himself. Sukil returned to the Porsche and expressed his suffering in the car. Liu Qingqing couldn't help but look unhappy after hearing this. This Ye Ling is too much. Is he born? Today is your birthday after all, Jushin. This Ye Ling is getting more and more outrageous. Sukil, what a bitch, she even dared to fight with you, Jushin. In an instant, Ye Ling's cell phone was bombarded with messages from Liu Qingqing. Ye Ling, you are bastard. What's wrong? What did my Jushin do to you? You fell in love with that little bitch Sukil, right? As expected, all men are bad. After chasing Jushin for so many years, he moves his legs as soon as he sees a pretty woman. What's wrong? Doesn't she want to accept your gift? You didn't give it to me either. A grown man has no tolerance at all. If you don't do things well, and someone says something to you, and you still take advantage of them, if a woman falls in love with you, you will be unlucky for the rest of your life. Tomorrow, come over and apologize to Jushin, otherwise this matter will not end. Ye Ling looked at the news and his mouth twitched. This silly guy. Anxious. Helplessly replied with a symbol. This time, Liu Qingqing's system crashed. Even a little defensive. A question mark, what does it mean? Liu Qingqing was speechless for a moment. Looking at this weird symbol, her chest rose and fell. She looked at Shinjushin who was sobbing beside her and said softly, it's okay, it's okay. Senior Chen, what do you say we should do? The boy driving the car frowned and said, Schoolgirl Shin, did you manage to capture the video I asked you to take? Shinjushin nodded, then shook her head. The boy was a little confused. Schoolgirl, what do you mean? Shinjushin felt even more aggrieved. Ye Ling took the photo, but he didn't give it to me. The boy rolled his eyes. Why is it this guy named Ye Ling again? Who the hell is this Ye Ling? He bullied you, my schoolmate, and now he got hurt by me, by Chen. Bai Chen took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, junior sister Shin. I will take care of this for you sooner or later." At the intersection of the boys' and girls' dormitories, the night lights had already been turned on, and the boys and girls were taking deep breaths under the lights. "Why did you suddenly slap her in the face just now?" "I didn't even react." Ye Ling let go of Sukiel's collar and flicked Sukiel's hand with his glasses. It was a cold day, and Shinjushin's face felt uncomfortable after being slapped like that, and Sukiel's hand felt uncomfortable too. Ye Ling's tone was somewhat helpless, because she knew that the little girl Sukiel had long since broken free from the constraints of her family and was now just an isolated and helpless girl. But Shinjushin is different. Her family is very rich now, and he is also afraid that Shinjushin's hot-tempered father will come to visit. Just when Ye Ling was worried, Sukiel turned around, stood carefully in front of Ye Ling, and pursed his lips. I just hate girls like her, and I feel very happy being with you, so we should be considered friends, right? I think she's bullying you, and I want to help you vent your anger, is that not okay?" Under the light, Sukiel's mouth was puffed up like a small bun. She took out 200 yuan from her bag and carefully put it into Ye Ling's pocket. "I beat up someone, why should I ask you to pay? You are not allowed to pay me back. Otherwise I won't be your friend." Sincerity was written all over Sukiel's eyes. Ye Ling felt that the two of them seemed to be sworn brothers, and Sukiel just tried his best to hold back his laughter. All right, it's getting late, go back and get some rest, Ye Da, the skipping king." Ye Ling was stunned. "How do you know I skipped class?" Sukiel blew some air onto his fingers, stood on tiptoes, and gently poked Ye Ling's forehead. "Because I'm paying attention to you, too." Chapter 9. No one wants to be a hot sheep forever. After leaving with his back to her under the streetlight, Ye Ling returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, 5 big men in flip-flops were drinking beer and eating skewers. When Lin Huan heard the door open, she knew it was Ye Ling who came. "Old Yi, you're back so late, what the hell, come here quickly, vocal." Lin Huan turned her head and almost scared Ye Ling. "Brother, are you going to die by being so handsome?" Ye Ling stood at the door dumbly, feeling uncomfortable being stared at by 5 pairs of dumb eyes. He swallowed his saliva. It was that look. "Do you understand? It has gone bad." "Oh, Jack, don't." Ye Ling sat down on the round stool uncomfortably. Lin Huan moved closer to him, and Ye Ling moved the stool away. Lin Huan was angry. "Uncle Lin, I have body odor that offends you, so what?" Ye Ling shook his head. "My feet stink." Lin Huan raised half of her eyebrows, lifted her feet and sniffed. The smell of the aged wine almost drove her away. "Eh?" Several roommates sneered. Lin Huan rolled her eyes, wiped her hands with a wet towel, took 2 skewers of grilled pork belly, and handed one to Ye Ling. Ye Ling looked at the skewer, then looked at Lin Huan's hand that was holding her foot. "I better get it myself." Ye Ling ignored Lin Huan's hand and picked up a string of mutton with fat and meat. Only a man like an eagle like him could conquer such a sexy lamb. But after a while, Ye Ling felt a chill on his back. He glanced over and saw a loser with a puffed face. "Old Yi. You f-king despise me. Damn it, you're handing me the barbecue with your foot-picking hands, it's hard for me not to be disgusted." Lin Huan clicked his tongue twice and quietly opened a bottle of wine. "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. You came back so late, what were you doing? And you made yourself look so handsome, with your hair in a mess, and your face, my god, so delicate. I feel a little uncomfortable when I see it." Ye Ling smiled slightly and was about to say that he wanted to go out on a date with a beautiful girl. The muscular leader of the dormitory just shouted. "Don't say anything yet. Boss, I calculated with my fingers that 6th brother did not return home at night and was dressed in a shabby manner. If boss's calculation is correct, 6th brother must have gone to look for that school beautician. 2nd child, then I opened my heart, gave him a nice gift, and finally apologized sincerely with tears streaming down my face." Lin Huan rolled her eyes and told her roommates to be more careful with their words. He carefully moved a bottle of beer in front of Ye Ling. "Old Yi, to be honest, according to common sense, Shinjushin gave you a way out this morning. Although I think she is not a good person and I said a few harsh words to her yesterday, I still hope you can chase someone you like. Shinjushin is just that kind of person." If one day Shinjushin asks you to choose between her and me, I still hope you choose her. Ye Ling. He took a sip of wine. For some reason, Lin Huan could see the word ruthless in Ye Ling's pupils. Have you ever heard a saying? Lin Huan asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Ye Ling took a deep breath and exhaled a breath of cold air. The road of life is long, don't let this dispensable vine trip you up, give up when you should. Even if this vine changes its mind and keeps chasing you, it will not change itself because of this little hope. Lin Huan scratched his head with conflicted thoughts, forget it. After all, I have been pursuing her for almost 10 years. If I give up, I will give up. It feels like things are getting better. It has been 10 years. It would be a pity to give up. As a good brother, it is a bit regrettable that Ye Ling's relationship is broken up. Of course, Lin Huan knows that a woman like Shinjushin is unreliable, but if they had been together, it would be good to have realized one of his wishes at that time. Ye Ling smiled helplessly and said, no one wants to be a hot sheep forever. Besides, my original hair, glasses, and clothes. Haven't they been with me for more than 10 years? Which one of them hasn't been with me since I was a child? I am still giving them up now, but when you look at me now, have I become worse? Lin Huan shook the stick in her hand, but, can people and hair be the same? Ye Ling poked Lin Huan's head, hey, why are you so bothered about me? Just eat your skewers. Lin Huan was angry, what do you mean by entanglement? How can I have the heart to eat if you are like this? If I don't persuade you today, you will definitely regret it in the future. Ye Ling reluctantly took out a USB flash drive from his pocket. I prepared 2 sets of imported study materials, would you like to take a look? Lin Huan narrowed her eyes. Ye Ling's old face turned red. Which teacher? No. Rookie, hate no Yui. Lin Huan quickly plugged in the USB drive, then took out 2 packs of tissues and placed them on the table. How can this feeling be sweet? It was a busy night. The whole dormitory smelled of DNA. Almost dead. Ye Ling put on his glasses in a daze, and his vision became clear again. He woke up Lin Huan beside him, took his books and went to the classroom. In the corridor in the morning, 2 men who walked with a breeze came and attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god, who is that guy? He's a bit handsome, but not as good as my Shancheng Daniel Wu. TSK, with such beauty, even I have to hide from the spotlight for a while. You're going to avoid me for the rest of my life, right? Sister, that guy is so handsome, I'm wet. Ye Ling, who had shed his past immaturity and rusticity, walked with a breeze. Wearing the grey coat his father had bought for him, he looked like a noble young man born in England, attracting everyone's attention. In the corridor, Shinjushin came to the corridor of the elective course alone. She was holding a book and looked pure and sweet with her signature bangs. She walked slowly on the road, with many boys following her. Her eyelashes raised slightly, and she saw Ye Ling walking towards her. Leaf. Wrong. Shinjushin clenched her teeth and swallowed the last word. She covered half of her face, anger growing in her heart. Why should I bow down to him? He is the one who should bow down. He will definitely come back to talk to me. Right. But it's just the opposite. The 2 of them passed each other. Ye Ling's sight did not include Shinjushin. But I don't know why. Shinjushin's eyes were full of Ye Ling. The former entered the classroom, while the latter stood still. Shinjushin unconsciously turned her head to look at the corridor, but there was only one person walking into the classroom waiting for me. Schoolgirl? The bag must be heavy, right? Do you want me to help you carry it? Go away. Can you please stop pestering me? A boy who greeted Shinjushin softly was startled by her sudden roar. Shinjushin's usual image of a kind goddess was shattered in an instant. Shinjushin's face turned pale, and she stammered, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper with you. The boy looked embarrassed. Shinjushin, you are so shameless. Chapter 10 I want you to stay with me. Junia, can you give me your QQ number? No, senior sister, I already have someone I like. All right. Lin Huan pinched her fingers and murmured, Old Yi, this is the 9th girl who has asked you for her contact information. If there are 2 more, I will have to use my toes to point them out to you. Lin Huan sighed, I'm not saying anything, Old Yi, how come you've become so popular all of a sudden? Isn't it just that you changed your hair and clothes? and you suddenly became so much more popular. TSK, I also want to be asked for my QQ number, but those senior girls are just average looking. Ye Ling snorted coldly, you are just jealous. Lin Huan, I am a sour bull demon. Ye Ling patted Lin Huan on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I'll change it for you next time. Let's go out and rock the streets together. Really, Godfather? Call me Daddy. Dad. Hey. The relationship between the two is such that they can occasionally make such silly jokes. After the transformation, Ye Ling has become the most eye-catching boy in the whole classroom. Shen Zhuxin's eyes also looked at him without exception. He also witnessed the process of girls asking Ye Ling for his contact information one after another. She was jealous for no apparent reason. In the past, Ye Ling would always sit next to her, but when it was time to sign up for elective courses, Shen Zhuxin overslept and was unable to sign up for the elective courses her roommates had signed up for, so she could only sign up for the history class with Ye Ling. Ye Ling would always seize the opportunity and sit next to him. But now, there was no one beside him. One kind of loneliness is attending class alone. There was obviously someone who could accompany him, but he was unwilling to get close to him. Ye Ling was looking at the book. Instead of spending trivial time looking at his phone, he would rather spend time improving himself. While absorbing knowledge, he was organizing his thoughts on future plans. 2008. There are really too many variables. In his previous life, the crisis in 2009 had caused his family to be torn apart. Because in 2009, there was an important node. Financial crisis. Ye Ling's father went bankrupt due to the financial crisis. My father's bankruptcy forced him to flee. I don't have much time left. I must earn my first pot of gold by the end of next year to help my parents get through this crisis smoothly. But where should I start? Just as Ye Ling was thinking about the future, a girl stood in front of him. Hello, Junia. My name is Chi Chi. Can I get to know you? Give me my QQ number. Damn, again? Ye Ling cursed inwardly. Just as Ye Ling was thinking about how to refuse, a girl in white stockings sat down next to him. Lin Huan's pupils widened. Seeing the beautiful scenery of the surging waves and the endless slender waste of the water, Lin Huan took a breath and wanted to ask only one question at this moment. Why are your son's pectoralis major muscles so exaggerated? Senior, do you really want his QQ? The girl smiled pleasantly and raised her eyebrows slightly. The girl named Chi Chi looked at the girl in front of her. She had red hair, bright eyes, and even more exaggerated pectoral muscles. It's Sue, my dear schoolmate. Sorry to bother you. Oh, how embarrassing. As he said that, Chi Chi covered his face with a book and returned to his seat. Looking at the fairy-like Sukil, Lin Huan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth stupidly and became stunned. Hi, Su, the school beauty Su. He grabbed Ye Ling's arm and bumped heads with him. How did you meet this pretty girl, you little bastard? Your mother's kiss, you met the school beauty and didn't tell me. I understand the father-son relationship. You must have introduced her to me, right? Good brother, in my heart. Lin Huan slapped Ye Ling on the face and pushed him 3 steps away. He looked at Sukil affectionately. Schoolmate, how should I call you? I think you should be more sensible now, classmate. How about you go first? Oh. Lin Huan's face froze. With a stern look on her face, she carried her bag and jogged to the back seat. Ye Ling looked at the middle branch that Lin Huan had erected in the distance. For some reason, he felt helpless, as if he was standing on the street taking a shit. How did you? Ye Ling smiled and turned his head, but the eyelashes of the two people kissed at this moment. Ye Ling was stunned. Sukil blinked, and a dimple appeared on her cheek. What's wrong? Classmate Ye Ling, keep talking. For a moment, Ye Ling couldn't utter the rest of the sentence. Huh? Why aren't you talking? Sukil's little head poked left and right in front of Ye Ling, pouting his lips and puffing up his cheeks. You're very popular, so many girls are asking for your contact information, it seems like you don't need a friend of the opposite sex. The girl's words were full of jealousy. Ye Ling took out a lollipop from his bag and stuffed it into her mouth. Sukil took a sip of the candy in his mouth, as if to say, I forgive you. Ye Ling asked in confusion, isn't your elective course a history course? Why are you here? Sukil spread his hands and said proudly, someone's elective course is history, so I changed to another class to accompany him. But now it seems that someone doesn't seem to be very willing, so I'll leave now tilde. Sukil stretched out, outlining an enchanting arc. She left her seat and quietly prepared to turn around and leave. But as soon as she stood up, her wrist was grabbed by Ye Ling. "Little brother, what are you doing? I want you to stay with me." Outside the window, the setting sun hits their faces. The Tyndall effect appears in the huge classroom. Dust floats like flowers. The boy holds the girl's hand, and the girl looks back with a proud look on her face. Nothing is said, everything is known deeply. Ye Ling's gaze slid from Sukil's face to her heels. Ye Ling looked at the pair of jade feet wrapped in white silk twice. Sukil's face turned slightly red. "Where are you looking? There is desire in your eyes. You are a bad person." Ye Ling chuckled, pulled Sukil over the seat, and then covered Sukil's legs with his clothes. "You're wearing so little, aren't you cold? Can you wear more next time?" Sukil narrowed his eyes and said lazily, okay, wear more next time." Shinjushin, who was sitting in the back row, was at a loss. She didn't see the ambiguity between Ye Ling and Sukil, but she just felt worried and didn't know what to do. So messy. Lin Huan sat in the back seat, chewing her fingernails. She hadn't eaten anything, but her stomach was bursting. "Old Yi, I'm a little annoyed with you." In a trance, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. "Coke, let me pack it. There are 7 or 8 books distributed for the elective class today. They are quite heavy. I'll help you carry them." "Okay, thank you. I'll treat you to a movie next time." Ye Ling took Sukil's bag. Sukil wrapped Ye Ling's clothes around his legs, and they walked out of the classroom shoulder to shoulder. Shinjushin, who was attending class alone, was stunned for a long time when she heard the bell. She stood up and left the classroom without looking back. Blurted out subconsciously, "Ye Ling, I'm so tired, help me carry my bag." But after a long time, there was no sound around. Nor his voice. Shinjushin turned around and looked at the place where Ye Ling used to sit. Empty. There was no one in sight. Shinjushin felt a sudden pain in her nose and almost couldn't stop the tears from her eyes. Chapter 11. I will reject you just like Lao Yi. Shinjushin took several breaths to calm herself down. She walked back to her seat and picked up her school bag. From primary school to university, 10 years. This was the first time she knew it. Original school bag. It's so heavy. Physically and mentally exhausted, Shinjushin, who used to be beautiful, now looked a little haggard. Her school bag was already heavy, plus 6 or 7 books that had just been distributed today. The school bag is like being padded with dozens of bricks. Shinjushin walked with difficulty, feeling that her body was so weak that it looked like a cucumber and was about to be broken in half. She walked to the school parking lot and saw the road bike that had been abandoned for several years. This car was a birthday gift from Ye Ling. Ye Ling bought one for himself and one for Shinjushin. However, Shinjushin had never ridden that bike. Instead, she chose to install a seat on the back of Ye Ling's road bike. Looking at the road bike with rusty chains, she was stunned. It seems that missing Ye Ling's back seat. Carrying a heavy school bag, Shinjushin rode around the campus with exhausted legs staring. Shinjushin's emotions hovering on the brink of collapse. But she clearly gave Ye Ling a way out. Why is Ye Ling unwilling to accept it? And he rejected me without reservation. And you embarrass yourself like this? She bit her lip. Swear secretly. Not only does he want to ruin Sukil's reputation. Absolutely. Must. I want to speak another word to Ye Ling. Absolute. Must. We're downstairs in the dormitory. Shall I go upstairs first? Okay, go to bed early and don't go to the internet cafe in the middle of the night. Don't worry, I will definitely go. Can you be more obedient? Sukil got off Ye Ling's back seat and laughed. Okay, I know. You should go back early too. Don't just stay here and let me rest. Ye Ling nodded, his eyes doting. Then I'm leaving. Let's go. The backs of the two people crossed each other again, and Ye Ling also stepped into the car. Ye Ling. Ye Ling paused and turned his body slightly. After class this afternoon, do you want to go eat together? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the girl's bright eyes, and Ye Ling pondered. In the afternoon, my roommate is going to take me to sing karaoke. A look of dejection flashed across Sukiel's eyes. Profound. Ye Ling changed the subject, but if it's you, I think you are more important than being with you. Let's go. A gentle breeze blew by, and the sound of the boy riding his bicycle faded away. The girl hesitated unconsciously. Slowly loosen your clenched fists. The cold air came out of his mouth and hit his hands. So, did he agree? Ye Ling rode his bicycle to the downstairs of the dormitory building. Lin Huan had been waiting for a long time with gritted teeth. The two of them stared at each other. I was wondering why you didn't pursue Shinjushin anymore. Turns out you found a new love. Lin Huan looked disdainful and suspicious. He rubbed his chin and savored Sukiel's graceful figure in the classroom. Don't say. Compared with Shinjushin, this girl can only be said to be even worse. After all, Sukiel was one of the top 10 school beauties some time ago. Lin Huan's eyes undoubtedly revealed 3 words. I understand. Leaning close to Ye Ling, Lin Huan asked cheerfully, when will I hit a home run? When will I break your virginity? Ye Ling rolled his eyes, put away your dirty thoughts. Kiel and I are just friends now. Even if we are together, it is impossible for me to touch her casually. Lin Huan clicked her tongue twice, stop bragging. There's a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs lying next to your bed. No matter how hard you try, your second brother can't hold back his anger. Recalling the scene in Sukiel's previous life where white stockings were used to tie her flesh, a pair of flawless white thighs pinned her to the wall in a split position. Ye Ling felt a little ashamed. It's one thing to not be able to hold back your gun, but don't you think the first time for a boy or a girl is important? Lin Huan took a deep breath and lit a cigarette. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. When it comes to values, you are still reliable. Bang! Ye Ling slapped Lin Huan. Vocal. Old Yi, UFK me, UFK, you're an idiot. Ye Ling rolled his eyes, pinched out his cigarette, and put all of Lin Huan's cigarettes and lighter into his own pocket. If you keep smoking, you will die before me sooner or later. Don't smoke anymore. In his previous life, Lin Huan started smoking 4 or 5 packs of cigarettes a day after his wife cheated on him, and he smoked himself into lung cancer. Lin Huan rubbed her red face, feeling a little confused. If you don't want to smoke, then don't smoke. Why did you slap me? Lin Huan looked at the burly man, who was now frowning. Then what are you going to do now? Library. Okay, then you go first and bring me some food when you come back. Call me daddy. Arch. Student Ye Ling. The sound of heels dragging on the ground stopped the two people who were about to go their separate ways. It's Chi. Chi has a clean appearance. He is a junior student, very tall, and wears a very simple casual style, an extremely simple sweater that exudes a simple scent of tea perfume. Ye Ling glanced at Lin Huan, then at Chi. Senior, is there something wrong? Chi poked the house's abdomen with 2 fingers. Student Ye Ling, are you going to the library to study? Can you take me with you? Ye Ling shook his hands. Sorry, I like to be alone, and some people will be unhappy. Then Ye Ling glanced at Lin Huan. The looks of the two people seemed to have changed. It's brushed. Chi's eyes widened. He felt like he knew something, but also felt like he didn't know something. As she spoke, the bicycle disappeared from her sight. Chi pointed at Lin Huan in a daze, and Lin Huan's face immediately shook like a rattle. Senior, I'm straight, really. Chi said, oh, softly, and it was obvious that she didn't care much about this issue. Lin Huan smacked her lips and smiled. Senior sister, don't think too much about our Lao Yi. He has a school beauty by his side. Why would he focus on you, senior sister? How about you consider me? Chi was stunned and was about to speak. Lin Huan bared her teeth and said, I will reject you just like Lao Yi. After that, Lin Huan walked into the dormitory building with his butt sticking out. Chi turned his head. He quickly opened QQ on his phone and started typing. Who among the vocal family members understands? I met Bo Shin Nam. Shinjushin rode her bicycle, pedaling hard, and went to the corner of the campus. She was exhausted going up the hill, but how could such a spoiled young lady climb the slope? Shinjushin's legs went weak and she fell down. It hurts. Their bicycle overturned on the road and Shinjushin fell heavily to the ground. Elbows, knees, wrists, and calves were all turned red from the fall. It hurts so much. She just wanted to get up, but the skin wound that penetrated deep into her bone marrow made her legs and feet tremble with pain. She slightly moved her calves that were crushed by the bicycle, hugged her legs with both hands, and curled up beside the bicycle. She wanted to turn on her phone. The first thing she thought of was to call Ye Ling, but the moment she held the phone, the princess's self-esteem made her give up the idea. She wanted to call Liu Qingqing, but the screen won't light up. The phone is out of battery. All of a sudden, tears started falling. Can't stop. If you were injured. Of course she could hold back her tears. But now I am alone. That feeling of helplessness and grievance filled her heart like a scent of incense. Chapter 12. Leaving is rational, turning back is human nature. It has been a long time since Shinjushin stayed alone in such a lonely corner. If Ye Ling was, I will never fall. It won't be covered with bruises like it is now. Why? Didn't I just reject your confession? Didn't I just do it because of a broken camera? That's how you treat me. After more than 10 years of relationship, yes, it is indeed very good. I also know your love for me. But don't I even have the right to refuse? But I just don't want to fall in love. Is it bad to be ambiguous? There is emotional value between each other, so why must we pursue that dispensable status? As she was thinking, Shinjushin's little face was pressed against her knees, dripping with tears. She's just my sister Tilda. My sister said purple is very charming Tilda. Hey yer Tilda. Shinjushin waved her moist eyes and heard faintly the sound of a bicycle bell in her ears. She turned around subconsciously. Surprisingly, he found that it was Ye Ling riding a bicycle towards him. Ye Ling's figure gradually expanded from a beam to a conspicuous outline as the field of vision expanded. After seeing who it was, Shinjushin's heart was filled with ripples, joy suddenly appeared on her cheeks, and she hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, but at the same time, she puffed up her cherry lips. Stinky Leaf Ling. I knew it. Playing hard to get with me is really childish. Luckily I didn't fall for it. Humph, even if you came I wouldn't get up. And I wouldn't even pay attention to you. Shinjushin turned her face proudly and casually pushed her hair behind her ear. She didn't look at Ye Ling, nor did she care about the direction Ye Ling was going. She just lowered her head and waited for Ye Ling to climb her. Waiting for Ye Ling's handsome princess to pick her up and take her back to the princess's back seat that belongs to her. But hearing the sound of the bicycle chain not slowing down at all, Shinjushin still glanced at it curiously. Ye Ling on the bicycle is full of youthfulness, with flowing hair. He feels the refreshing feeling brought by the wind as he whizzes through the tree-lined path. Ye Ling didn't even look at himself. Shinju panicked. Ye Ling. Ye Ling. Aha! When Ye Ling heard someone calling him, he slowly pressed the brakes, turned around and saw Shinjushin curled up into a ball, then he slowly rode back. He really didn't see it. If Shinjushin hadn't called me, I might have flown away long ago. Falling. Ye Ling pushed the cart and slowly walked towards Shinjushin, but still kept a distance of 3 meters. Shinjushin nodded slightly. Today I distributed a lot of books. The backpack was too heavy, so I couldn't carry it. Then I encountered an uphill slope and couldn't get up, so I fell. Facing Ye Ling, Shinjushin seemed to have forgotten what she had just said about ignoring him. I was just asking if you fell. There's no need to tell me in so much detail. Shinjushin was about to curse, but she muttered something back. She asked herself, Shinjushin, what are you doing? Why are you so soft all of a sudden? He is just Ye Ling. A lapdog you used to come and go as you pleased. This path is a shortcut to the library, and Ye Ling just wanted to be quick. She saw that there was only one person next to Shinjushin, and asked. Where's Liu Qingqing? Ask her to pick you up. Shinjushin choked up and said, I played too late last night and my phone ran out of battery. Shinjushin stretched out a hand, her pupils dilated and pitiful. A girl looked so pitiful, especially Shinjushin in a short skirt. Shinjushin's figure was more like a young girl. That kind of pure desire would arouse the desire to protect an ordinary boy if he saw it. She pursed her lips, wanting Ye Ling to help her up. Shinjushin is dull. Please, I'm giving you my hand, a chance to hold hands. You've known me for 10 years but you've never held my hand. Now that I've given you the chance, why don't you want it? If it were in the past, no matter how serious the matter was, if Shinjushin showed goodwill, Ye Ling would take over without hesitation. Not to mention this opportunity to hold hands. Ye Ling will definitely not be able to hold it. But surprisingly, Ye Ling just stood next to the bicycle, tapping on his cell phone. I sent a message to Liu Qingqing. I don't know when she saw it. If she did, she would come to find you. I have something to do. I'm leaving now. Ye Ling got into the car with one leg in a cool manner, turned around and left. No hesitation, only speed. Shinjushin was stunned. Her fingers frozen. Playing hard to get. No one looks at you. Still your mother's indulgence. Shinjushin burst into tears again. She looked at the direction Ye Ling was walking, her hands on her forehead, sobbing through her nose. Then, she couldn't control her breathing at all, and her chest felt like it was being pressed down by a stone. The feeling of collapse turns out to be like this. Ye Ling's departure. Let Shinjushin feel. It's like something extremely important has been taken away from my heart. Ye Ling. You are bastard. The loneliness of being alone in the woods, the helplessness of being alone, Ye Ling's indifference, and the inexplicable heartache, Shinjushin was heartbroken to the extreme, and her eyes were red as if they were waxed. Don't cry. It's not shameful to cry so quietly. In a trance. A very familiar voice sounded in front of Shinjushin. She raised her tear-soaked eyelashes. Ye Ling returned to Shinjushin's side at some point, holding a box of ointment and bandages in his hands. Wu, war. Looking at Ye Ling in front of her, the burden of her past purity disappeared like mercury pouring out of the ground, causing her to lose her arrogance. The crying was very loud. She herself feels ashamed. Ye Ling half knelt beside Shinjushin and asked, "Where does it hurt?" "It hurts everywhere." Ye Ling rolled his eyes, began to check Shinjushin's body, and then applied medicine. Shinjushin was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. She endured the pain. Her little mouth was like a cherry with tears dripping from it. Ye Ling didn't even look at her shy look. Ye Ling didn't want to have anything to do with it. It is also clear what kind of blood feud there is between the two. But leaving is rational. It's human nature to look back. A girl is alone in such a small place, covered in wounds. If something goes wrong, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. There are many people in this world. They can all be bad. But it's not an excuse for me to be bad. What is letting go? It's not about hitting, pulling, and stepping on others without any worries. But when facing that heart-beating person again, you can speak the most ordinary words in a stranger's tone. The weather was very cold, and Shinju kept exhaling the cold air in her mouth. She looked at the boy who had transformed in front of her and clenched her hands. Ye Ling slowly untied Shinjushin's shoelaces. Shinjushin looked at Ye Ling. The eyes behind the lenses are like the only lighthouse in the ocean. Although they seem small, they are enough to give people peace of mind. She seems. I have never paid so much attention to Ye Ling's appearance. Clean, but adequate. Shinjushin, who was wearing translucent white socks, bit her lower lip. Ye Ling took off her shoes in one go, and one of her toes was even sticking up. It hurts me, it hurts. Shinjushin screamed and kicked Ye Ling. Shinjushin was stunned and grabbed Ye Ling's sleeve. Sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you. The subconscious roar made Shinjushin feel a little scared. She grasped the corner of Ye Ling's clothes with very little strength, fearing that he would leave. It's cold, so the wound will heal slowly. Disinfect it well. I've called Liu Qingqing, and he'll come pick you up later. Let's go. Don't. Ye Ling stood up, but was pulled back. He looked at Shinjushin's face. Just like in the previous life, it is enough to make people excited. But being born as a human being won't make the same mistake again. Shinjushin looked at Ye Ling's profile, and she felt. He has changed. Not just appearance. The feeling has changed too. And now, her hand was also thrown away. Chapter 13. Before, they were not called friends. Ye Ling. Why are you doing this? What on earth does that Sukil have to do with you? Shinjushin's lips trembled constantly. Didn't I just refuse to accept your confession? Didn't I just take advantage of you once? But it is my right not to accept your confession. You like me, shouldn't you help me? Can't we just be friends like before? Ye Ling, who was parked next to his bicycle, felt a series of questions that made his chest feel suffocated. He hesitated for a moment, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette at random, and lit the lighter. Lin Wan Wan, Ye Ling, you are the only one who won't let me smoke, you are so high-minded. Ye Ling took a puff of smoke and said with a sigh. It's your right to reject me. Whether you think I was just wishful thinking or you look down on me, that's your business. But it's my right to choose whether to be friends or not. Shin Jushin maintained the last line of defense in her heart and said stagnantly, then, can we still be friends like before? Ye Ling got on the bicycle. Before, that wasn't called a friend. This time, Ye Ling really left. For a person whose future has no intersection with his, Ye Ling has done his best. What's more, Ye Ling always felt that something was wrong about the affairs between him and Sukil. With Shin Jushin's pig-brained IQ, she could never imagine that kind of affair. Ye Ling will catch the person behind the scenes sooner or later. It's just Shin Jushin at the moment. For Ye Ling, having any interaction with her would be a waste of time. Jushin, how did you fall like this? Behind Shin Jushin, Liu Qingqing hurried over. Looking at Shin Jushin's tear marks, she found it hard to imagine what this proud princess had been through. Where is Ye Ling? He just sent me a message, how come he's gone now? Is this guy mentally okay? Shin Jushin sobbed, Ye Ling gave me some medicine and left. At this time, Shin Jushin was like an abandoned deer, leaning on Liu Qingqing's chest. Qingqing, Ye Ling doesn't want me anymore. After riding his bike all the way to the library, Ye Ling found a quiet place to sit down. The heating in the library helped Ye Ling get rid of the chill. He took out a piece of white paper and a pen and began to scribble on it. In 2008, there were too many things to do and too many changes in this era, but at the same time, this also meant more opportunities to make huge profits. In this life, I want to be 100 times more successful than in my last life. Ye Ling made up his mind secretly. Ding ding ding. The phone rang beside him, breaking Ye Ling's trance, and he glanced at it lightly. Ye Ju. Dad. Ye Ling picked up the phone. Hello? Hey. Son. Hearing the extremely familiar voice on the other end of the phone, Ye Ling's eyes suddenly became wet. He covered his forehead with his hand and slowly pushed it towards his hair. Then he took off his glasses and exhaled heavily. Ye Ling slapped himself and didn't even think of calling home the next day after his rebirth. I am still such a beast. The word dad. Ye Ling wanted to say. But the words got stuck in my throat and I couldn't say them. Son? Why didn't you say anything after answering the phone? Eh? Did you feel wronged? Talk to daddy. Do you want me to go to your school to see you? Well, I'll call my boss first and ask him to approve a leave for you. I haven't been wronged. I don't need dad. Ye Ling choked for a long time and finally spoke, but his voice was so soft that it sounded as if the air conditioner was on in his mouth. Ye Ju agreed with a smile and said, it's good that you didn't feel wronged. Dad has been busy these days and didn't call you or hear your voice. I don't know why, but Dad feels empty inside. Your mother passed away early, and Dad sometimes feels a little lonely. Ye Ling's parents divorced when he was very young, but for the sake of Ye Ling's growth and to prevent him from feeling psychological pressure, Ye Ju never found a second wife. Ye Ling's sister had good grades and left home very early. She went to a good university and studied law. But Ye Ling's mother was unlucky. She was in a car accident and left him when Ye Ling was in elementary school. Listening to his father's words, Ye Ling felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, Ye Ling rarely paid attention to other people's feelings except Shin Jushin. Including your own relatives. He had heard these words before. Listening to it now has a completely different feel. Ye Ju, how are you and Xiaoshin doing lately? Ye Ling, Dad, I won't chase her anymore. Ye Ju panicked, what's wrong? The couple had a fight. It's normal to have some friction after knowing each other for such a long time. You should coax the little girl well. She's easy to coax. Are you short of money? Dad will talk to their boss tonight and advance his salary so that he can send you some money, okay? Listen to Dad, you have known each other for such a long time, you can't just say you don't want to pursue her. Ye Ling smiled bitterly and interrupted Ye Ju, Dad, listen to me. Then, Ye Ling told Ye Ju everything that happened between him and Shin Jushin. After listening to Ye Ling's statement, Ye Ju fell silent. Son, Dad is an experienced person. From what you said, Xiaoshan was not very kind. But what Dad heard was also your one-sided story. But no matter what, Dad still supports you. But Dad still hopes that you can consider it. After all, feelings are your own business, and Dad himself is not very competent in the field of feelings, so Dad also hopes that you can be more successful than Dad in this regard. It is impossible for me to ask so much of you. Last year, Xiaoshan's family got some good luck and became rich, so they moved to the second ring road. Our two families are not considered to be well matched, so naturally they look down on us. Of course, son, this is not your fault, but your father's incompetence for not letting you be a young master in Beijing since you were born. Of course, son, your idea is always supported by your father. My son is handsome and good at studying. Wherever he goes, girls will fight for him. Yi Ju sighed, his voice sounded a little old, yet pretending to be unrestrained. Come back when you're tired. Daddy's shoulder is there for you to lean on. You go ahead and do your work. Dad is afraid you'll think I'm nagging if I talk too much. Dad is going to work first. Yi Ju's simple words cut into Ye Ling's heart like a knife. This made Ye Ling feel heartbroken. Silence. Apart from silence, Ye Ling didn't know what else he could say. In 2008, the economic crisis lasted for 2 years. In order to give Ye Ling a better life, Ye Ju chose to invest in a cooperative venture, but ended up losing more than 3 million. That is this node. Ye Ling's family officially fell apart. At first, Ye Ju worked several jobs to pay off his debts. Maybe the burden is too heavy. Ye Ju chose to flee and went to another city. Wait till we meet again. Ye Ling was already in front of the grave. My father has always been short, and even when I knocked my head on the ground, he was still shorter than me. Ye Ling's heart felt like it was being gripped by a huge hand and he couldn't breathe. In his previous life, Ye Ling could not help Ye Ju much, and his father had an unhappy life because of him, and he didn't even enjoy a peaceful life. For a moment, an extremely pure thought grew wildly in Ye Ling's heart. Make money. We must make money. It is already mid-November, and I only have 3 months left. I must save enough money during this time to help my father get through that difficult time. In a moment, Ye Ling drank a dark dish of oriental leaves, black coffee and milk. The brain is a word. I have never felt so refreshed. In this era of rapid proliferation of online literature, copy a novel, such as the originator of The Useless Man's Divorce, a certain lucky brother who broke the sky. E-commerce is on the rise, open an online store. Relying on the brain of the Chinese music library, writing lyrics like crazy. Take out a loan to buy a house and wait for the value to appreciate. World Cup betting, reverse poker, villa by the sea. Invest in the industrial chain and become a shareholder of future state-owned and private enterprises. Buy and sell Bitcoin. The library was extremely quiet, but Ye Ling felt like his brain was going to rot. It is very difficult to make a huge profit in a short period of time. Short time. Huge sum of money. Able to cash out quickly. These 3 conditions alone are enough to pass 99% of the ideas. This era is suitable for starting a business. But if you don't have enough startup capital, you will end up back in jail. The cycle of online articles is too long, especially for good platforms, which are more strict. It requires a lot of effort and the time cost is also high. When it comes to writing songs, he can only write lyrics, not music. Ye Ling let out a breath, his eyes were already wet, and he put 2 drops of eye drops in. Sure enough, not everyone of the older generation can start a business. Even if they have the advantage of the times, it is not infallible. Corner of table. A vibration. It's Ye Ling's cell phone. Ye Ju, son, there is a mobile phone called iPhone recently, it is pretty good, do you want daddy to buy you one? Love crazy. Fuck. Chapter 14 How about I sell my dowry and lend it to you? Following Ye Ling's thunder. A flash of inspiration came into my mind. The year 2008 marked the release of iPhone 3. Of course, the phone itself is not the point. The key is the touch screen. The emergence of touch screen is epoch-making. It will take at least 1 to 2 years for domestic brands to rise. Those up-and-coming brands will be mainly responsible for opening up the diversified dimension of smartphones. Ye Ling still remembers the shock he felt when he pressed the home button. The feeling of cutting freely on the screen is unparalleled. The emergence of this mobile phone is equivalent to opening the door of a vault. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, the corner of Ye Ling's mouth raised the iconic Nike, and at this moment, the corner of his mouth was even harder to suppress than AK. He twirled the pen in his hand and thought carefully. The highlight of a mobile phone is the touch screen. This selling point must be highlighted to the fullest. Moreover, it is best to have a game that can give people multiple senses, such as vibration, sound effects, special effects. Ye Ling held his breath and concentrated. In his mind, a green thing appeared. Then it turned into a big watermelon, and was then cut into two halves by a masked ninja. Fruit Ninja? This single-player game is played by everyone who has had access to a mobile phone, regardless of gender or age. The status of this game in the past few years can be described as a phenomenon. This game is definitely a memory for the older generation. The short game duration makes the game easy and burden-free, coupled with the shocking visual experience and rich sense of combat. It has been on the hot game list for a long time. Its long-term market value is not great, but it is enough to cash out Peloton at this stage. Compared to the early days, there are actually many good games on the market, such as Crazy Birds, Talking Tom, Little Crocodile Loves Baiting. But these subsequent updates are much more complicated than Fruit Ninja. Ye Ling needs a game that can quickly cash out at this stage. It just so happens that the development of this game is not difficult. Considering that Ye Ling was a top IT person in his previous life, as long as he calculated carefully, on the basis of the nesting dolls, he could be given 1 to 2 months and another 200,000 yuan. It can do it. But Ye Ling touched his butt pocket. Not a penny to be spent. The wind really blows my crotch and my butt feels cold. 200,000, the wind is not blowing so fast. Loan sharking? The interest compounding can kill you. Even if you really make money, it will be useless in your hands. Ye Ling looked at the rain outside the window, his eyes lowered as he fell into deep thought. Where can I get the startup capital? Thinking of this, Ye Ling's cell phone rang. Ye Ling answered the phone, and the voice on the other end was clean and gentle. What are you doing? After a whole afternoon of brainstorming, Ye Ling rubbed his brows. On the other end, Sukil greeted him softly. In the library. I was thinking about something this afternoon. Now I have a headache. Headache. Then look out the window. Ye Ling looked out in confusion and looked around. At the intersection, a girl in a black coat and leather shoes stood in the distance, holding up 2 fingers and waving at Ye Ling. Ye Ling tilted his head, a little surprised. He stood up and walked quickly downstairs. Sukil also quickened his pace and ran towards the library with an umbrella. 2 people without any identity. But at this moment, they rushed to each other. Although the distance is short. 2 people stood together at the door of the library. It was raining and the pool stretched their shadows very long. How did you know I was here? I told you, I'm paying attention to you. Ye Ling couldn't help laughing, and didn't think of asking any more questions. He took the umbrella from Sukil's hand, and their arms were folded together. The evening breeze blew across every road in the university. It was drizzling, but there was a hint of sunset glow in the sky. On the road, couples in groups of 3 or 4 were holding hands. Nothing is the same here. Only the love words are short but the feelings are long. It would have been great if my college life in my previous life had been like this. Ye Ling sighed inwardly, looking at Sukil who was traveling with him. When we are teenagers, we long for adulthood, thinking that 18 is out of reach. But when we reach 18, we find that 20 is just a matter of seconds away. In the remaining years, we may also want to start a family and build a career. I thought I could be free and easy. Little did he know that he had already lived his own life. 10 years is short and long. I feel emotional, really emotional. Entering the cafeteria, Ye Ling ordered a few dishes that Sukil liked based on his memories from his previous life. Fried chicken, roasted chicken legs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Chongqing noodles. Ye Ling had just put the dishes on the table. This chick is already showing off. The little mouth made smacking sounds, just like a hungry and dizzy kitten. Maybe he felt a little hot from eating so fast, so Sukil took off his coat. Ye Ling's eyes quickly slid from his rosy little mouth to the 2 nutritious products. Ye Ling sighed, absorption is really good. All the meat grows there. Seeing that Ye Ling's chopsticks on the table didn't move at all, Sukil felt something was wrong. She pursed her lips and leaned forward again. Aren't you going to eat? Sukil smacked his lips and silently put away his chopsticks. The word, hungry, was written on Sukil's face. Ye Ling laughed out loud. Eat quickly, it's all yours. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Hearing this, Sukil immediately picked up a chicken leg covered with sauce and stuffed it into her mouth. The rich layers of flavor spread out of Sukil's mouth at once, and she held her face. Like to. It's heaven. Is it tasty? Sukil held a leftover bone in his mouth and nodded his head like a barracuda that had not eaten for several days. Girls, eat slowly, don't choke. As he spoke, Ye Ling also picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat that was neither too big nor too small. Sukil fanned his little nose and stared at Ye Ling dully. What do you want to do? Steal my meat. It was as if there was a fight between sword masters in Ye Ling's mind. He silently passed the meat in the chopsticks into Sukil's mouth. Eat big chunks. Ye Ling licked his lips, watching Sukil eat, and he became very greedy. Sukil chuckled. All right. Come eat quickly, I'm not a food-guarding puppy, hee hee. As he spoke, Sukil picked a few shrimps for Ye Ling and quietly put them into Ye Ling's bowl. Why are you staying in the library for an entire afternoon? Are you really going to be a nerd? Ye Ling shook his head helplessly. I am preparing some things. I have ideas, but many substantive things are missing. Sukil rubbed two fingers together. Substantial things. Missing tickets. Ye Ling nodded, but Sukil just put his bag on the table. Then take it yourself. Take it yourself. Ye Ling was a little confused, but soon understood what it meant. Sukil thought that his so-called lack of money was too simple. It was not something that could be solved by a few Mao Zedong bills. The shortage may be a little over 100 million. Sukil took a sip of Sprite, gurgled his lips, and looked at Ye Ling like a silly turtle. A little more, how much more can it be? Ye Ling held up two fingers. Sukil, 2,000. I have it in my bag. Ye Ling shook his head. 20,000. Ye Ling still shook his head. 200,000. Master Duo. Sukil almost spit the Sprite in her mouth onto Ye Ling's face. She was stunned. Of course Ye Ling also knew about this matter. Sukil definitely couldn't help, but it was good enough to let her know. Because? Sukil's family relationship is very complicated. Although she lives with her mother is a very prestigious lawyer in the industry. Her mother wants to plan her life, but Sukil doesn't want to live a stereotyped life with her mother. She hopes that she can fly in a broader life. Even if there are planes carrying Wangyang students on the way, she will not be afraid at all. Sukil had neither fatherly love nor motherly love in his childhood. Therefore, Sukil has always lived in the shadow of her mother. He even cut off his mother's financial support. The more moody a person seems, the more incredible the darkness he has suffered in his heart. Some people are healed by their childhood for their whole life. But some people spend their entire lives healing their childhood. Ye Ling lowered his head in deep thought. I had never thought of relying on Sukil to help me. After all, their relationship now could only be considered a chance encounter. But at this moment, Ye Ling's palm was scratched by a little finger. My father left me a house as a dowry. Can I sell it and lend it to you? Ye Ling. Chapter 15, I support you. These three words are really not cool. Ye Ling was stunned. His expression was like that of a dead pig with its mouth wide open. At this moment, Sukil held the chopsticks in his hand and ate the food in the bowl in small bites, occasionally raising his head to peek at Ye Ling's demented expression. Both of them have complicated thoughts. If we talk about the previous life, Ye Ling and Sukil did not know each other very well at this time, but Ye Ling was now looking for the girl who loved him deeply in his previous life with a purpose. Now the two of them. I don't know who broke into whose life. But Ye Ling only knew. At this time, Sukil undoubtedly added a different touch to his life. How can I not cherish a girl who can stand alone outside the window and wait for me on a rainy day? Ye Ling lowered his brows, and the lake in his heart seemed to be hit by a small stone. Although the stone was small, it caused ripples. Aren't you afraid that I will take your money away? Ye Ling asked with a smile. Sukil shook his head, because you are not that kind of person. Why do you think so? I think you're stupid. I'm not stupid. Ye Ling smiled. She didn't know whether to compromise or not, but she always felt that when facing Sukil, her heart was like a 45-degree chocolate. It couldn't stop softening due to the temperature. The chocolate was melting. Holding his chin, Ye Ling quietly watched Sukil eat. Very nice. Like a kitten, it ate so much that its little mouth became round and plump, and even its eyes looked at Ye Ling intentionally or unintentionally, pretending to be innocent. Then he rolled his eyes, as if nothing had happened, and lowered his head as if admitting his mistake, as if to say, "Can't see me, can't see me." Girls don't seem to want to act like foodies in front of others. But Sukil has no baggage. Looking at the little foodie in front of him, Ye Ling's mouth corners unconsciously raised slightly. He just held his chin quietly, looking quietly at the girl in front of him who belonged only to him. He couldn't say that his life was peaceful, but he was content. Ye Ling gently placed the bag on the chair next to Sukil. Don't lend money to others so casually in the future. How do you have so much money on you? Sukil stopped chewing. She took a tissue and wiped the corners of her mouth, then exhaled silently. I have to earn my living expenses by myself, because my mother and I have broken up and I have no relationship with my family anymore. Sukil's expression was gloomy, and Ye Ling was a little surprised. He knew Sukil's interests and hobbies, and he also knew that Sukil and his family were not on good terms. But I didn't expect that she didn't even ask her family for living expenses. He suddenly felt sorry for the girl who was waiting for him in the rain. My father, well, left early, but I don't think it's a big deal. Everyone has his own destiny. I know he loves me, that's enough. But my mother always wanted me to be a lawyer like her, but I don't like that. She always hopes that I can be what she wants me to be. But if my life is planned out, what am I doing in this world? Sukil spread her hands, as if she was touched by something. It was not so much talking to herself, but more like venting. She lifted her messy hair and exhaled heavily. Ye Ling opened a bottle of water and handed it to her. So what is your job now? Singing in a bar. Ye Ling paused. Bar singer? He looked into Sukil's eyes. Under her bangs, Ye Ling could see her sparkling eyes. They were very beautiful, like a sea of stars. Even when Ye Ling was walking on the road, these eyes could be seen in his mind. Isn't a girl like this the most popular one in the bar? Ye Ling did not think that this job was dirty, but he was first afraid that Sukil would be doomed one day in this troubled industry. Although there were no accidents in his previous life, his rebirth would more or less change some things. Sukil seemed to know what Ye Ling was thinking, and whispered, the bar makes a lot of money, otherwise it would be hard to support myself. I may not rely on this to make money in a while, huh? For a moment, Sukil's unique helplessness filled the surroundings. She could only put on a smile and use her own strength to make herself feel that she was not an unbeliever. It seems that Ye Ling, who still loves his father, is much luckier than this scarred girl. But the world. But not always gentle. Kola, can you quit your job? Sukil didn't hold the chopsticks firmly in his hand and they fell on the table. You want to say, I support you? Sukil smiled faintly. Ye Ling, sometimes these 3 words are really not cool. Because everyone can make a commitment. Besides, neither you nor I have that ability right now. Besides, I don't need you to pay for me. Because, one-sided efforts will only make one person feel cold in the end. Actually, what I mean is, don't treat me as a burden, and don't separate yourself from me. I think within a reasonable range, we should all take on some responsibilities and risks, whether we are friends or in other relationships. Ye Ling nodded in compromise. Of course he agreed with Sukil's idea. After all, he was a girl who was used to being alone, and it was obvious that he had barged into her life. He had no right to ask Sukil to change her life because of him. If it really changes. Ye Ling also felt that he was really irresponsible. After a moment, Ye Ling's brain was no longer hot, and he clearly realized how relieved Sukil's decision made him feel. The lighting in the restaurant is cold. Shen Zhuxian and Liu Qingqing, walking in the restaurant, attracted countless pairs of passionate gazes. Unlike Sukil, Shen Zhuxian always wears simple clothes, but her clothes are always light with a hint of the sweetness of mint candy. The knitted miniskirt paired with white silk perfectly highlights their 168 cm height proportion. With her slightly curly and fluffy hair, although she is not Xiao Luo, she has Xiao Luo's temperament. Liu Qingqing, who was standing aside, had a vicious look on her face and looked extremely aggressive. Like a dark-skinned hot girl who returned from Europe and America. Liu Qingqing has dark skin, but a very plump figure and very three-dimensional facial features. But under the white silk of Shinjushin beside her, there were some white cloth wrapped, as if to resist something. A rare guest in the two cafeterias. Today I came to the cafeteria. It's really too eye-catching. Without Ye Ling to bring her meals, Shinjushin could only go to the cafeteria to get her own meals. But when she saw the long queue in front of her, her brows unconsciously frowned. The cafeteria team. Are they all this long? Or rather, does I have to queue so long every time Ye Ling buys food for me? Shinjushin gritted her teeth. She felt bad for herself and wanted to get rid of the life with Ye Ling. You have to get your own meals, pick up your own deliveries, and even grab your own seats in the future. Liu Qingqing and Shinjushin were standing at the back of the team, and soon they could no longer resist. The team was endless, at least dozens of people. Moreover, there are many people talking, and from time to time you can see some people unable to control their mouths and spitting. It's so noisy that it hurts my ears. She followed her memory and came to the restaurant where she and Ye Ling had eaten on the first day of college, but unexpectedly, she also saw that familiar person. Just in front of that person. It's not you who's sitting there. It was another girl. A girl who is completely different from me. But she didn't sit beside Ye Ling and vent her daily dissatisfaction like herself, but ate her meal with eyes as warm as torches, secretly glancing at Ye Ling from time to time. Ye Ling was the same, his eyes slightly drunk, watching quietly. Why are they so close? Shouldn't Ye Ling be with me? Why does Ye Ling have the right to eat with a girl other than me? It turns out it belongs to me. Chapter 16. He didn't want to look back. Because she wasn't worth it. Shinju felt a stuffy heat in his chest. Both angry and annoyed. It's obvious that I'm Ye Ling's childhood sweetheart. It's obvious that I'm the one who has been with Ye Ling for 10 years. The person that Ye Ling should be looking at like this should be me. Ye Ling's tenderness should belong to me alone. Shinjushin's skirt was grasped by herself and crumpled into a ball. She stared at the table that was neither too big nor too small. A figure beside her left her and ran towards the end of her sight. At the table, Liu Qingqing stood on one side of the two of them. Ye Ling, what are you doing? Liu Qingqing's sudden question woke Ye Ling up. Ye Ling saw Shinjushin approaching slowly from the corner of his eye. The latter leaned on the back of Liu Qingqing. He also silently put his hand on the back of Su Qiu's hand. As you can see, is there any problem? He felt somewhat puzzled about Liu Qingqing's question. But the one you like is Shinjushin, Ye Ling. Don't you like Jushin? Why do you want to eat with other girls? Is this what you call love? Every word Liu Qingqing said was filled with hysterical gnashing of teeth, and Ye Ling could feel the direct anger. The two girls in front of me, regardless of their rank or appearance, are the goddesses in the hearts of any boy in college. Just looking at it will speed up your heartbeat and the leaflets will grow. But Ye Ling was as calm as if he was looking at two cows, because he was disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Especially to Shinjushin. It's like I'm completely devastated. What's more, I had already done my best in the afternoon. Now Ye Ling is just sighing. This world is really small, so small that if you help in the afternoon, you may be bitten back in the evening. But the words came from Liu Qingqing's mouth. Ye Ling stood up at this time and looked at Liu Qingqing with a normal expression. I actually don't understand why you want to interfere in our affairs. Okay, since you want to ask, I'll ask you 2 questions now. If you confess and get rejected, will you put aside your dignity and become a bootlicker? Or will you give yourself a way out and choose to give up? There is nothing wrong with liking someone, but unconditional and irrational liking is the knife that hurts you the most. Obviously, I chose the latter. I chose to maintain my own ridiculous dignity. I'm not a saint, and I'm not stupid enough to let someone who will have nothing to do with me in the future trample on my feelings endlessly. I have no reason to do this without any results. Always treat her well. Do you understand? Ye Ling laughed at himself and spoke coldly. Perhaps it was this too ordinary coldness that deeply irritated Shinjushin behind Liu Qingqing. If Ye Ling's words contained a hint of anger, Liu Qingqing would have thought that he was angry out of shame. But he was as calm as a mirror-like lake without ripples. Of course, it's not a big deal. There are 3 stages of emotion between one person and another: calm between strangers, heart-wrenching that you can't give your heart to no matter what, and finally, the calm within the calm. Because my heart for you is dead, and I have no strength left. My heart is beating. Shinjushin rested her forehead on Liu Qingqing's back. She didn't understand. This was a boy whom she could easily spit on in the past, but his words made her eyes blur unconsciously. If at this time. How cool is it to be able to face Ye Ling's cold words without any scruples and show a disdainful smile? But the tricks that were most easy to pull off in the past are now impossible to perform. Shinjushin pulled Liu Qingqing's clothes. Qingqing, it's okay, let's go. Liu Qingqing looked puzzled and clenched Shinjushin's hand. Why are you leaving? This kind of man, who gave up chasing you halfway and made you so sad, deserves to be scolded. You don't want to scold? Then I will. I thought you were sending medicine to Jushin just now because you didn't reply to the message. You do one thing first and then another. Ye Ling, you are really brave. Okay. Since you are no longer interested in Jushin, Jushin will not call you or send you a message in the future. Even if you change your mind one day, you know that the person next to you is not as good as our Jushin. You won't stand a chance. Yeah. Ye Ling nodded lightly and said in a cold voice, You've said so much, but can you tell me what you have the right to question me? Or what qualifications do you have to blame me? For a moment, Liu Qingqing was speechless. Ye Ling shook his head and sat down quietly. So you can't tell, right? The person behind you wants to be friends with me again, but you and I are not even friends. From this point of view, aren't you a little nosy? Listening to the boy's words. This made Liu Qingqing feel a little uncomfortable. You're fucking angry. It's like a stranger. More like, the first day we met. Shinjushin, who was clinging to Liu Qingqing's back, couldn't stop tears from falling from her eyes. Starting from the memory of receiving the first bouquet of flowers from Ye Ling, one memory after another flashed before Shinjushin's eyes. At that time, Ye Ling looked at himself, his pupils full of light. But now. But there is not a trace of brilliance, only indifference. Shinjushin bit her lip and thought silently. Ye Ling, where is the person who always accompanies me? Liu Qingqing, I? Me what? Since you're talking about me, I'll talk to you about how you were in the past. She said I had too little presence around her, so I bought water for everyone in your dormitory. She said I didn't care about her feelings. I bought some food and drinks and came to ask Liu Qingqing to help me understand her recent mood. She said I crossed the line, so I won't look for her if she doesn't look for me. This is what a boyfriend should do, not what you so-called friends do. Do you remember these? No, she doesn't remember them. How can you, a military dog who can only point fingers behind the scenes, remember them? But I remember it because the way countless pairs of eyes looked at me at that time was so joking that it felt like being in prison. I licked her like a dog, but all I got in return was an endless wait. Har har. How funny. Ye Ling didn't move a muscle, and Sukil just listened quietly. She really wanted to go up and give Liu Qingqing a loud slap, but after listening to what Ye Ling said before, she controlled her temper and didn't want to cause him trouble. Ye Ling was somewhat displeased by what he said. Even if you hate a girl you once liked, it is a bit heartbreaking to hear her say such things. He listened silently to the faint sound of crying. It seems that this is really what a girl looks like when she cries. Qingqing, let's go buy some noodles. Shinjushin's crying voice was so soft that it blended into the wind. Liu Qingqing said coldly, but we have already passed that noodle shop. Then go back again. Shinjushin couldn't hold it in any longer, and tears welled up from her eyes. But, don't you want to eat your favorite spicy hot pot? It's over there. They were both stunned at the same time. Does Ye Ling usually run back and forth like this to bring them meals? It's so far. Really so far. Shinjushin grabbed Liu Qingqing's clothes and just wanted to leave this embarrassing place. The road I walked on was filled with the coldness of crying. Ye Ling was silent. He's a little complicated. He didn't expect that this girl would cry because of him. But when I think back to the countless times I opened web pages and visited home pages just to appease her, and the despair I felt when I accepted the death penalty, I realized that I had to face the consequences. He didn't want to look back. Because of her. Not worth it. Chapter 17, I feel sad, but I don't want to make you sad even more. Ye Ling casually ordered a bowl of dumplings. He lowered his head silently and ate the dumplings in the bowl. He calmed down and continued to smile and look at Sukil in front of him. As for what Shinjushin would do after leaving, Ye Ling didn't want to care. Shinjushin left the cafeteria and ate candied hors with a mixture of salty and sweet flavors. Sweet is candied hors. Salty. It's tear pearl. Liu Qingqing bought her all the food she liked, but even though all the food she liked was right in front of her, she had no appetite to eat it. Maybe. She will find out in the future. It is such a painful task to go back and forth to receive express parcels at the express station, which is separated by dozens of teaching buildings on campus. She will find out. It seems that it is not easy to get a seat in the classroom even if you get up early. You will also find that asking for leave from the counselor is as difficult as climbing to the sky, and one's life will no longer be as abundant or colorful as before. The school bell at this moment is like Sleeping Beauty who has just woken up. Everything around her is extremely familiar, but she doesn't know where to start. Every step she takes is like walking on the tip of a knife, extremely difficult. After finishing his dinner, Ye Ling stood at the door of the cafeteria, raised his head at a 45-degree angle to look at the 3 points of sunlight that squeezed out from the dark clouds. The sunlight hit his face. The sunlight that breaks through the clouds is warm. Without the immersive rainy season, the air is fresh. The rain has stopped. The story of the past should also come to an end. Sukil stood quietly beside Ye Ling. She heard clearly what happened just now, but she didn't say anything. As a girl, she understood. Shinjushin was just fooled by Ye Ling's words. He was not in pain because he lost his beloved. It's just because I can't adapt to the life of losing a bootlicker who took care of me in every way. She just didn't want to face it. The boy lost his youthful vigor and spirit at this moment. He just took a deep breath calmly and laughed at himself. Cole, if I pursued a girl for 10 years but got no response, but I always wanted to never turn back, would you think I was stupid? Unexpectedly, Sukil shook her head very seriously. She reached into her pocket and took out a lollipop that she always carried with her. Caramel flavored, only one left, her favorite. She gently opened the package, raised her hand and put it into Ye Ling's mouth. Don't you feel bad about giving me your favorite flavor? I feel bad, but I don't want to make you sad. Sukil's tone was very light, completely different from the loud voice he used to shout every day. He was only partial to Ye Ling. She took a lollipop of another flavor in her hand, put it in her mouth, and happily made a "yeah" sign in front of Ye Ling. Ye Ling was startled. The south wind of love is cold, but it is extremely warm when it blows on Ye Ling's face. Their heart is warm, and their wind is cool, but the wind cannot cool their heart. After a long time, Ye Ling finally came to his senses. He fanned his sore nose and said, "Where are you going after dinner?" "I'll take you there." Caramel melted in the corners of Ye Ling's mouth. What melted was not only the sugar, but also the heart that was so close to Sukil. Sukil carefully tugged at the corner of her clothes, shook her head and smiled like a little girl. "No, I have to go to work, it's far away." The two people have completely different thoughts. Ye Ling wanted to accompany Sukil. But Sukil felt that the boy in front of her was already very tired. She didn't want to be like the people who had hurt her in the past, with too many demands and too many blames. She just felt that being able to enjoy the evening breeze and do ordinary chores with the boy in front of her was enough to make her feel at ease. Without the protection of family. She knows. The more you hold the snow in your hands, the faster it will melt. It seems to be the girl's nature not to hold the snowflakes tightly. Instead, she felt that this boy who had broken into her life had become part of her life. I don't want it to go too fast, I just want it to go slow and steady. Looking at the boy's gentle smile like spring breeze, she was already very satisfied as she hadn't felt love for a long time. As a result, Ye Ling moved closer to Sukil's eyelids, and the sticks of sugar in their mouths touched lightly. The handsome boy rushed into the girl's eyes again, and the girl lost her arrogance as a queen flower, and nodded in panic like a jasmine flower. But I couldn't help but look at him twice. Then I sent it to my good friend. Male or female? Seeing Ye Ling raising his eyebrows and staring at him, Sukil's cheeks turned red. The good friend you're talking about, is it me? Ye Ling looked at the girl in front of him lovingly, turned around with a smile and held Sukil's wrist tightly. Although Sukil's wrist was wrapped in clothes, she could still feel the residual warmth. Sukil was about to refuse, but she nodded obediently. The always domineering queen of flowers seems to have encountered the sun that makes her bow her head. Under the sunset, ginkgo leaves are falling. The boy no longer holds an umbrella because he has a hand worth holding. The girl no longer lights a cigarette because her heart is no longer in pain. The two hearts are gradually turning. They may not grow old together, but they can hold hands with each other. Why is it so hot when it's not even night yet? Jushin, are you tired? How about we take a break? Liu Qingqing held her waist, looking at the scorching sun in front of her, which was really frustrating. Her body was shaking. Winter was cold, but this made her sweat profusely. Shinjushin's light makeup, coupled with such a shaky feeling, would make any boy, no matter what his quality, have an inexplicable desire to protect her. Or the desire to conquer. Holding large and small bags in her hands, she looked like a housewife. Shinjushin only felt her legs sore, and her mind flashed back to the past when Ye Ling came to see her with large and small bags, and sometimes even brought meals from the cafeteria. Shinjushin, who was feeling a little guilty, thought back to Sukil, who was beside Ye Ling. All the guilt was forgotten in an instant. Sukil, why does she do that? Why do you take away the people around you? Liu Qingqing and the other person took a lot of effort to get back to the dormitory. Shinjushin, who had experienced the double torture of falling off her bike and carrying so many express deliveries, no longer looked like a school beauty in the dormitory. She spread her legs wide open and collapsed on the chair. But tears were still flowing from the corners of my eyes. Liu Qingqing held her forehead helplessly with her nose twitching. Okay, stop crying. What's there to cry about over a broken man? Liu Qingqing felt so humiliated that she was furious. She wanted to scold Shinjushin, but when she saw Shinjushin looking so embarrassed, she forced herself to swallow her anger. Okay, dear, don't be sad. Shinjushin calmed down a little bit under Liu Qingqing's touch, but she cried afterwards, but, Ye Ling seems to really not want me this time. Chapter 18. It's safe to be with you, Tilda. Shinjushin felt very uncomfortable seeing the girl's tearful appearance. She wiped away the tears from the corners of Shinjushin's eyes with a tissue and spoke softly. Okay, my little ancestor, why would you, a school beauty, shed tears over a boy like Ye Ling who is so ordinary that he couldn't be more ordinary? It's not worth it. Shinjushin sobbed and gasped, I know. But I just can't get angry. Tell me why I am inferior to Sukil. Ye Ling has been with me for 10 years. 10 years. Why did Sukil let Ye Ling be taken away like this? I should be the one being served tea and water every day. This was the first time that Shinjushin felt that something in his heart was being taken away. The corners of his mouth were aching from her teeth biting, and he wanted to bite harder until it bled. Liu Qingqing said with a click of the tongue, Sukil likes him. Forget it. Shinjushin glanced at Liu Qingqing. What does this mean? Do you think I have poor vision? Liu Qingqing understood and quickly changed her words. Don't you think that bastard deserves the bitch? He deserves it. As she spoke, Liu Qingqing rolled her eyes and began to analyze again. I think, this Ye Ling is really like that. What can he bring to you? He can make me less tired. Shinjushin hammered her calf, it was really sore. Liu Qingqing sighed and said it another way, but what else is there for a man who can only help you pick up parcels and make meals? Has he got any money? Is he famous? Does he have the ability? Ye Ling is now nothing more than a vase that has transformed into a prettier one. There is no need to be attached to him. Jushin, there are better people around you. The cell phone on the corner of the table suddenly vibrated. Shinjushin looked at it blankly. Liu Qingqing also leaned forward, motioning for her to answer the call. By Chen. You mean? Liu Qingqing nodded. Senior Chen is rich, good-looking, and a member of the student union. I heard that his family is in the ceramics industry. This is what we call a perfect match for you, Jushin. Shinjushin took the phone blankly. Senior Chen. Look downstairs. Hearing this, Shinjushin looked suspicious and slowly stood up. She walked to the windowsill, looked downstairs, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly. Downstairs, the door of a Porsche opened, and it was filled with roses. A man wearing sunglasses and the dazzling luxury car attracted all the attention around, and all eyes followed the man's gaze and gathered on Shinjushin. At this moment, Shinjushin's pride reached its peak. Liu Qingqing patted Shinjushin's shoulder and smiled. Isn't this better than Ye Ling? Shinjushin pursed her lips and said, Ye Ling, no matter how much he bows his head this time, I will ignore him. The next morning. Outside the door of the loan company stood a man in a suit, a teenager, and a girl in black stockings. Ms. Su, it's a pleasure to work with you. Sukil said softly, "Don't worry, the money will be replaced soon, and the house won't stay in your hands for long." The man in the suit smiled bitterly and handed the contract to Sukil. "Ms. Su, here's the contract for you. Our company's annual rate is quite affordable. If there is no problem, I'll send you two out." Ye Ling nodded, and the man in the suit snapped his fingers, and a woman came out carrying a box. "You said you wanted 300,000 in cash. I asked someone to get it done in advance." The woman handed the box over with both hands, but her eyes wandered around Sukil several times. Those slender legs, paired with black stockings, are not only attractive to men but also women. A woman who can work in a financial company must have a good appearance in society. The man in the suit's eyes also moved between the two of them. It can only be said that the former is nothing compared to Sukil. The fact that Sukil's figure can surpass that of the women in the financial company is enough to show how exaggerated it is. If a woman like this could be taken out shopping by a man, she would be so proud. The two people who completed the transaction also left the company. Looking at the money in his hand, Ye Ling pondered deeply. Of course, that house cannot be sold. Although Sukil asked Ye Ling to buy the house and then lend the money to Ye Ling also understood that this was the house left for her by Sukil's father. Not only dowry. It has a different meaning. Within 3 months, Ye Ling will definitely pay back the money. Carrying this box was too conspicuous, so Ye Ling went into a small item mall, bought a platypus bag, stuffed all the money into the bag, and then gave it to Sukil. Sukil frowned, looking disgusted. "This bag is so ugly. Ye Ling, how can I not carry it?" Sukil pouted, poked 2 fingers in front of his chest, and looked at Ye Ling aggrievedly, almost dropping 2 little pearls. "It's okay, this will bring out your beauty." Ye Ling seemed to be trying to deceive him, but Sukil nodded symbolically, as if he secretly agreed with what Ye Ling said. Then he trotted into the store, took out a doorman bag, put the other half of the money in it, and then gave the bag to Ye Ling. Ye Ling couldn't help but smile. "What you picked is very beautiful." Sukil muttered, "So it's your ugliness that's highlighted tilde." Ye Ling. Ye Ling laughed in silence. Even though he was teasing himself, he felt that the girl in front of him was particularly cute. Sukil was drinking a bottle of Sprite and making a shooting gesture towards Ye Ling. Ye Ling pressed down Sukil's hand and whispered, "Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? You lend me money so casually. Do you believe that I will run away with the money now?" Sukil looked at Ye Ling with disdain, a hint of cunning flashed across the corner of his mouth. You don't even dare to hold hands with a girl next to you, and you won't even eat meat, so how can you have the guts to steal money and run away?" As he spoke, Sukil pointed his finger again, like a pistol, and shot a bullet at Ye Ling's forehead, adding a sound of his own, "Par. It's safe to be with you tilde." The corner of Ye Ling's mouth twitched. Was he being looked down upon? The virgin took a deep breath and looked back at his past life. It seemed to be true. Shinjushin went to the bar and got drunk so many times, and I always carried her back to the hotel. A drunk person, I had every opportunity to make a fait accompli, but I just couldn't do it. Maybe it was. Don't dare. I can only say that in his previous life, Go Ba was at a disadvantage by following Ye Ling. If Ye Ling was a little braver. I guess the kids can even play soy sauce. Ye Ling felt miserable. But looking at the quirky girl in front of me, he still wouldn't have that idea. All of a sudden, Ye Ling held Sukil's hand. "What are you doing? You said I was timid, so I'll be braver." Chapter 19, In Love, No One Has a God's Perspective. Venue, funds, open source code, art design and packaging. Now that we have solved the funding problem, what can we do at this point? Ye Ling was sitting in the hot pot restaurant, subconsciously putting food into Sukil's plate, while thinking about how to maximize the time. Sukil's mouth never stopped eating from beginning to end. The food in her plate was empty and full again. She was so tired that she almost stared blankly. "Don't feed it, it's full." Sukil's face was puffed out and his eyes were wide open. "What are you thinking about? Don't just feed me. Eat a little bit too." As he spoke, Sukil picked up a piece of mutton, put it in his bowl and dipped it in the sauce, then stood up and took 2 small steps to Ye Ling's side. He found the right moment and pinched Ye Ling's cheeks with 2 fingers. Then Ye Ling's mouth became a small O, and Sukil stuffed the mutton overflowing with fat into Ye Ling's mouth. He imitated Ye Ling and patted Ye Ling's head with his little hands. Guaranteed cooked. Then he returned to his seat with a satisfied smile. That's right. As Ye Ling chewed the mutton in his mouth, the burden in his heart inexplicably lightened. Sukil looked at Ye Ling's relaxed brows. It was finally his turn to take the initiative. He poured Ye Ling a cup of tea, then put the food from their hot pot into the plate opposite him. What's wrong? You didn't say a word while eating. Ye Ling shook his head. It's okay, are you full? Look. You're here again. Sukil's little fist hardened up, he raised it and punched Ye Ling on the head, then he puffed up his body, looking at two huge papayas in front of him. She showed her little canine teeth and dragged her chin. Don't just care about me, you are also a human being, you treat my business as your own business, why don't you want to tell me your troubles? We need to communicate effectively. If you keep everything secret, I will feel helpless. Don't think that I will feel relaxed if I bear everything on my own, but seeing your thoughtful expression, I will also have many concerns. Because I care about you, too. I also have wild thoughts, understand? Looking at Ye Ling's dazed expression, Sukil suddenly became emasculated. Am I too fierce? Ye Ling let out a long sigh and shrugged. No, I was a little anxious just now, and I was afraid that you wouldn't want to tell me. I didn't mean to be mean to you, really. Sukil had a bitter look on his face, like a little hamster admitting its mistake with its head down, puffed out its lips, lowered its head, and wore the clothes of a mature woman, but his two little hands were placed between his thighs, not daring to say a word. But she was obviously right. On the other hand, Shinjushin always forced the shackles of everything onto Ye Ling, and in the end, no matter what happened, it was Ye Ling's fault. The girl in front of me seemed to have a special preference for me. I even love you to the point of feeling heartache. No. Ye Ling also realized that he shouldn't keep everything to himself. After all, Sukil was the girl who would accompany him for a very long time, even for his whole life. Although he didn't know whether they could really go on together in the future, Ye Ling had already silently determined that she was the girl for the rest of his life. And as Sukil said, say nothing. This is not protection. But selfish. A misunderstanding. Boys always think that this method can show that they are strong and great, but they always find that this behavior is just a form of self-admiration. A girl who truly loves you will be willing to stand by you through thick and thin, rather than just standing by and giving you the cold shoulder. It doesn't require you to sacrifice a lot for yourself. On the contrary, they will also always think about how to give to you. If lovers want to go long-term, only effective communication and effective adjustment are the best remedies. In love, no one has a god's perspective. No one can drink Mengpo water every day to forget all their mistakes. Ye Ling seemed to realize all this only now. To put it bluntly, it might be because he had been a bootlicker for too long and had forgotten what a normal relationship was like. I'm borrowing money from you because I want to start a project. Maybe you don't understand now and think I'm a little bold, but don't worry, I will definitely redeem your house for you. It's okay. If I can't redeem her, I'll just be yours. Sukil pointed at Ye Ling's nose, then at himself. You support me? Sukil rolled his eyes. I can support you too. Sukil's half-teasing and half-sincere words made Ye Ling a little at a loss. Okay, stop joking. I'm making a software. After a while, smartphones will set off a wave. I want to seize this opportunity and make some money. So I need a lot of things, such as code, art, and venue. I can solve the code myself, but I don't know which one to solve first, art and venue. It's not a simple problem. Ye Ling finished speaking his mind, but to his surprise, Sukil. It seems even more aggrieved. That queen flower now looks more like a daisy. Beautiful alone, but lacking the confidence to be beautiful. What happened? Ye Ling was a little confused. Sukil's voice was like a little deer. Why did you ask me to stop making trouble? Do you think I was joking when I said I would support you? Ye Ling was stunned. So this is what this little girl cares about. He felt inexplicably at peace, as if Sukil cared about him more than he thought. Silly boy, what I mean is, since I am here, why would I feel bad for asking you to protect me from the wind and rain? But which successful person doesn't have an umbrella behind him? Ye Ling touched Sukil's head lovingly. Okay, my dear little sprite umbrella, I will carry you with me from now on. Sukil smiled brightly. Good. Sukil felt warm in his heart when he heard this, and the dry sauce in the bowl was also particularly warm. Sometimes, a boy's heart is also filled to the brim with girls. Of course, the premise is that she has you in her heart. Girls will not want to possess you, but more often they want a sense of belonging, and want the boy's indiscriminate preference, because this is worth 1,000 words. Where do you want to go after dinner? Do you have classes in the afternoon? Sukil shook his chopsticks like a rattle and said, I have class, but I want to go to the internet cafe. Sukil used chopsticks to stick a small white flag and shook it, feeling a little embarrassed. It's okay. Your grades won't fall in just one class. If you want to play, just play. I'll go to the internet cafe with you later. Internet cafe. Ye Ling's eyes flashed. Internet cafe is really a great place. Chapter 20. You treat me like a donkey, 24 hours a day. The river breeze at night is bone-chillingly cold. I got off the taxi and stood at the intersection opposite the internet cafe. The wind blew the hem of Ye Ling's coat over his sweatshirt, and the cold air in his mouth flew wherever he went. There was no snow in the mountain city, but it seemed that there was snow everywhere in his eyes. He took off his coat, rubbed his hands with his eyes, and gently covered Sukil's shoulders with the coat. Although the cover was very light, Sukil could feel the warmth in the coat that did not belong to him. Sukil raised his eyes and looked at Ye Ling calmly. I'm not cold, you can put on your own clothes. Sukil wanted to take off his clothes and give them back to Ye Ling. How could a thin sweater withstand such a low temperature of less than 5 degrees? But Ye Ling put Sukil's hand on his waist. Not cold. You're quite good at lying. It's less than 5 degrees out there, and you have such long legs and you're only wearing stockings. Do you think I'll believe you if you say you're not cold? Ye Ling shrank his body with his hands curled in front of his mouth. He exhaled gently, and the air came out through the gaps between his fingers like white sparks. Sukil's nose was hooked by Ye Ling's sudden fingertips. Wear more next time. Ye Ling never thought of blaming Sukil for her outfit. Girls all want to dress nicely, and fashionistas don't care about temperature as long as they have style. These are the rights of a person to choose. If everyone wears plain clothes, then the beauty given by God may be meaningless. Sukil is obviously God's favorite, given an angelic face and a devilish body. Having a body that makes her secrete dopamine, but not willing to show it, maybe it is a torture for her. Don't girls like to dress up beautifully and walk on the street with people turning their heads everywhere? This is not pride, it's just confidence. Of course, Sukil may want confidence. But Ye Ling was afraid that she would catch a cold. When a person falls in love with another person's soul, even if the latter was confined to a hospital bed, his hands would never leave his side, just like in his previous life. Before Sukil became blind, he always held a pen in his hand and copied Ye Ling's appearance. Perhaps it was because he had never felt Shin Jushin's sincerity towards him, or the least return. When he looked at the paintings flying all over the house in Canada. Lost. Even a little bit lost. This was probably the feeling. Ye Ling probably never dreamed that a girl would love him so much. Ye Ling simply said 5 words, then took Sukil's hand and crossed the road. Sukil did not forget to complain as he left. You don't let me wear these, but you love to look at them. It's weird. I'm just doing it for you. Sukil seemed to be complaining or grumbling, but it was more like a girl acting coquettishly to a boy who was worthy of her speaking to, which made Ye Ling laugh and cry. Yes, people are so strange. What they see and what they think are often contradictory. With conflicting thoughts in his mind, Ye Ling held Sukil's wrist through his coat, walked into the internet cafe despite the cold winter weather. The receptionist at the internet cafe was the same short-haired girl that Ye Ling met when he first came here. When their eyes met, the girl's pupils were still the same as the first time, and she couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. The girl was not very old, probably about 16 or 17 years old, with heavy makeup. She must have dropped out of school and found a place to make a living. In this era, many people drop out of school, but the only thing that remains unchanged is the uncontrollable hormones of youth. It can't be called love at first sight, but Ye Ling is enough to stay in the girl's heart for a long time. Hello, how long do you want it to last? The girl subconsciously looked at the girl next to Ye Ling. There was no hostility, but more admiration, because she knew that she was very different from her. After a trace of dejection flowed through her eyes, the girl smiled again and talked to Ye Ling. They should be boyfriend and girlfriend, right? The girl could only think so. Ye Ling got straight to the point. Hello, do you have a large private room here? It will take at least 4 or 5 computers. The girl felt a little uncomfortable. There were obviously 2 of them, so why did they need such a big box? Is it because I'm young and don't have enough time to play? Why don't you go to their home and next door and want to seek excitement in the private room? Wild, too wild. The girl twitched her lips as she spoke. Maybe they are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Are you a friend? If that's the case, it's actually not that I can't do it, right? The girl felt a warm sensation in her lower abdomen when she thought about hugging the boy with such a physique on the sofa and feeling their deep breaths after making love. The girl pointed her finger to the second floor. Box number 7 at the innermost part of the second floor, 10 yuan an hour, is the box with the best equipment in the internet cafe. Give me your ID card. We will not be responsible if anything happens. The girl glanced at Sukil and smiled wickedly. Ye Ling added, No, it will take us a little longer. When do you want it? The girl was confused, wondering if she was overthinking, or if she had misunderstood. Do all beautiful girls nowadays need those things so much? Ye Ling made a 2 with his hand. Well, about 2 months. The girl's surprised expression faded slightly, knowing that this was a real business opportunity. She opened 2 bottles of Sprite and Coke and handed them to the 2 of them. Ye Ling took the initiative to put the Sprite in Sukil's hand. Wait a moment, I'll call the boss. If it's a 2-month package, it's not something I can set the price for as a receptionist. I hope you guys can understand, har. Ye Ling nodded in agreement. Soon, in response to the girl's call, a bald man hurried in from outside the door. The bald boss rubbed his hands and walked towards the 2 of them with a smile. He took out a brand new pack of Zhonghua from his pocket. Obviously, he had just bought it. He handed it to Ye Ling. Although Ye Ling didn't smoke often, he took it out of politeness. Sukil saw it and was about to slap Ye Ling. After taking it, Ye Ling put the cigarette to his ear. Sukil quickly put away his fist and muttered softly, Fortunately I didn't hit you. Brother, you want a monthly subscription? Ye Ling nodded without hesitation. Yes, 2 months. The boss nodded and took a computer. $10 an hour, $240 a day, $7,000 and $2,000 a month. I'll round off the difference for you. How about $7,000, brother? Isn't that enough for you? Ye Ling's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes and snatched the computer. Just a slight tap of your hand and the computer will send out 66666666 back to 0. Ye Ling asked, Do you think I'm a donkey? I play games for 24 hours a day, right? Chapter 21 There's not a drop left, buddy. The boss scratched his head with a chuckle. The big gold chain around his neck was extremely dazzling. He was not angry at what Ye Ling said. After all, when discussing business, there would always be some twists and turns. All he had to do was find a place and pour a cup of tea, and then there would be hours of exorbitant prices and bargaining. The boss said cheerfully, Then you decide how much is appropriate. Ye Ling curled his lips and said, One number, 4,000. Fuck, are you talking business with me? I don't want to either. I originally wanted to be your brother, but if you and I are brothers, it will be difficult for me to be your brother. No. Your half cut is too harsh. Isn't that 400 more than half and half? Little brother, this is not the way you talk business. Ye Ling raised his eyebrows and said, Then I will calculate it for you. There is no one in the 4-person box at ordinary times. When they come, it is always in the evening. Well, I will calculate it for you for 8 hours a day, 80 yuan. 4-person box is not like scattered seats. People come all the time. 80 yuan a day, 2,400 a month. I am being considerate of you, the boss, for electricity bills and other things. We also work overtime occasionally, and you have to make money. So, after this calculation, I am not making more money for you, but for me. The boss looked frozen. For some reason, he felt that what the little brat said made sense. Ye Ling said nonchalantly, Then I'll take a step back. 3,007, no more. Boss, is this your way out? Yeah. 4,000 became 3,007, and I retreated. The boss was speechless. Higher up. Boss, there's not a drop left, bro. After half an hour of asking for a high price, the price was set at 4,000 yuan as Ye Ling said. Ye Ling was honest, but not too much. This price is really satisfactory for Ye Ling. The location and equipment of this internet cafe are both excellent in the mountain city. The equipment is enough for him to write code himself. For top-of-the-line computers of this era are enough to cost less than 30,000 yuan. After paying, everyone entered the box. The LED lights in the box were extremely dazzling. For men, this place was like heaven. There were action figures and peripherals everywhere, and Naruto could be seen wearing the Konoha emblem on his head. Ye Ling thought that more than 10 years later, Naruto and Hinata entered the marriage palace with the help of Iruka. Hinata's love for Naruto was like a dandelion that could not be blown away. Everyone knew that this girl loved Naruto, but Naruto was still nostalgic for Sakura in the past. Fortunately, after all the hardships, Naruto turned around and saw the girl who belonged to him. Sakura also found the person she had been looking for all her life. Hinata also waited for her own supreme treasure. Ye Ling took a deep breath, because he had also found Hinata, and he would not follow Naruto's path, nor would he let Hinata wait for him for so long. The heating drove away the coldness in Ye Ling's body, and at this moment he felt refreshed like never before. In 2 months, we will definitely have our first success in life. Sukil stood aside, smiling and nodding silently, saying softly, as if he was also cheering the boy up in his own way. Boss, can the room be locked? In response to Ye Ling's question, the boss looked at Sukil suspiciously. You won't know until you see it. You'll be shocked when you see it. This figure is no less than that of a first-line female star. This kid won't die of exhaustion here, right? What are you going to do? I'm telling you, you can lock it, but at least tell me what you do, or I'll be blamed if the police raid it someday. Ye Ling said calmly, don't worry, we are a gold-making studio. Let's invest for 2 months and see if we can make some money. Of course, I cannot reveal my real purpose. After all, it is my job. If I tell it all, I will probably get into a lot of unnecessary trouble. The boss believed half of Ye Ling's explanation. Studios were not uncommon in this day and age, so it made sense. It's okay to lock it. You can pay a deposit of 4,000 yuan first, and the remaining 4,000 yuan will be the final payment. But I will come to check if there is any damage to the computer in 2 months. We are all doing business, so we have to be careful. Ye Ling nodded in agreement, no problem. The boss nodded and left the internet cafe. Sukil took off her coat, and her long legs originally wrapped in black stockings were extremely seductive under the purple LED light. She lay limply on the gaming chair, tapping on the table to relieve the fatigue brought by a day's running around. She quietly turned on the computer, and looking at the computer in front of her that she had been reluctant to buy, she felt itchy. Sukil stared at Ye Ling blankly like a little rabbit. Ye Ling, give me a computer to play games on, I'm addicted to the internet. Ye Ling looked at Sukil's silly look, who dared to speak but was a little afraid to speak, and wanted to laugh. He walked forward, put his big hand on Sukil's little head, and rubbed it gently. Of course you can, play if you want, it's okay. But if I take over your computer, will it affect your work? How could that be? What if I neglected you because of work one day and that's why I lost the watermelon? Although he said so, Ye Ling actually still felt that having one more computer would mean more efficiency. Ye Ling took a sticker, put it on the computer in front of him, wrote his name on it, and this would be his personal computer from now on. He smiled and looked at Sukil, it's okay, at worst. I'll ask my friend to bring me another computer. Ye Ling called Lin Huan without hesitation. Lin Huan, hey, OG. What's wrong so late at night? Ye Ling, what are you doing? Why are you still out of breath? Lin Huan, I'm training my legs. Otherwise, how can you survive in the martial arts world? Women will only think you're fierce when they see you. Ye Ling, just practice, sooner or later I will train you into a bullfrog. Lin Huan, don't talk nonsense, my father's Nyozi is a strong one. Tell me, what do you want from me? Ye Ling, lend me your computer. Lin Huan, give me the location. I will deliver it within an hour. Okay. This is the tacit understanding between two people. They usually chat nonsense, but when something happens, they will help you without hesitation. Lin Huan is such a person, but she only has an exclusive friendship for Ye Ling. It's done, just have fun in peace, huh? What are you doing? When Ye Ling turned his head, he saw Sukil bending over in front of the computer in high heels with a pen in her hand, writing something in front of the computer. Ye Ling moved closer and found that she had added 3 words after her name. Ye Ling Sukil. Ye Ling smiled dotingly. This little girl really knows how to make boys happy. Sukil didn't say anything, just a slight smile on her face, but under the light, her long eyelashes flickered sporadically. Ye Ling was stunned, and he seemed to look at Sukil a few more times. You're still looking. If you look again I'll, Sukil was a little shy, and she stood up hastily, but just at that moment, the girl's high-heeled feet twisted slightly, and Ye Ling's heart skipped a beat. The chair flipped over. But there were 2 people lying under the chair. The girl's breast pressed against the boy's chest. A flaming lip mark was left on the boy's face. Chapter 22. It hurts Tilda, can you be gentler? The purple, tipsy light was like a simple northern light, and the warm air from the central air conditioning system flowed freely through the lapels of the 2 people. The breath passed from under Sukil's skirt all the way to her lower abdomen, then climbed up and flowed out from the 2 peaks of her chest, all entering Ye Ling's nose, mixed with the scent of milk. The pressure of the 2 peaks made Ye Ling breathe heavily, and the feeling of dizziness made Sukil a little dazed while watching Ye Ling. The blush on Sukil's cheeks is unique to girls of this age, making her look sexy and youthful. The 2 of them pursed their lips unconsciously. Even a virgin like Ye Ling who has lived a second life cannot control this kind of physical desire, let alone Sukil who has always been law-abiding. Ye Ling didn't even know when his hand was on Sukil's waist, but the feel of that slender waist made Ye Ling's hair stand on end just by touching it. Ye Ling was like a sleeping beast. A series of inappropriate scenes flashed through his mind. He just wanted to stand up, push Sukil down, and bite him as much as he wanted. Their lips were close together. Under the purple light, the ambiguous atmosphere reached its peak. The lip print on Ye Ling's cheek made Sukil's ears heat up to the extreme. It was no exaggeration to say that they were burned by fire. Of course, Ye Ling could have a hearty exchange of love with Sukil in this atmosphere, but reason also gave Ye Ling the upper hand. Are you okay? Ye Ling adjusted his body, stood up, picked up Princess Sukil effortlessly, and placed her on the leather chair beside him. Sukil let out a breath, and his eyes gave off an unclear look. According to Ye Ling's interpretation, it's a bit like, I gave you a chance, why didn't you use it? Of course, Sukil couldn't guarantee what he meant. Maybe he was just imagining it. If a girl with fair skin, beautiful face and long legs were pressing on him, he wondered how many men would not be able to tighten their belts. In this era of fast food love, it seems that boys and girls no longer attach so much importance to their first time. It seems that they are no longer willing to exchange their bodies with someone they love, but choose to have the pleasure of youth. But Ye Ling doesn't think so. Imagine if your girlfriend is a master lock that has been opened countless times. In other words, you are master key that can open all locks. I think the 2 will just dislike each other in the end. Ye Ling seemed to be giving Sukil a future that would guarantee his life. After taking off their high heels under the black stockings, Sukil curled up her toes due to the slight pain. Does it hurt? Sukil nodded slightly, like a kitten who had done something wrong, with a stubborn expression that said, it hurts, but I have to be strong. It seemed that Ye Ling felt the smoothness of black stockings for the first time in his life. He gently pressed Sukil's ankle, and Sukil squeezed her legs together and let out a soft hum. Hearing this, Ye Ling couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Sukil felt a little aggrieved. It's been too long. I haven't worn high heels, my feet are a little crooked because I can't stand. Ye Ling said with concern, actually, you look good in flat shoes too. Sukil nodded and said softly, but I think if you dress nicely, it will also give you some face in front of others. Ye Ling's heart trembled. So this little girl thought so. The black silk stockings at the ankles had been torn due to Sukil's twisted ankle. Through the gaps, Ye Ling could clearly see the red ankles. As the saying goes, those who plant trees will enjoy the shade. In the past, Ye Ling often gave Shinjushin foot massages. For this purpose, Ye Ling even went to learn massage from an old Chinese doctor. In fact, ice compress is a good choice in this situation, but where can you get ice packs in an internet cafe? But if the massage technique is correct, the injured area can recover immediately. I'm starting. Ye Ling's fingers gently pressed down on the ankle. It hurts Tilda, can you be gentler? Then I'll go slower. Ye Ling's fingers gently kneaded Sukil's ankles, and the pain slowly eased over time. Sukil's body felt a little hot, not just from the heat, but more because he watched Ye Ling kneading his feet. Sukiel's flushed cheeks were faintly visible under her messy hair. Ye Ling also felt the touch of the girl's calf. The most advanced black silk, paired with beautiful jade feet. This is not a punishment for boys. More like a gift. Double ponytail, black silk, white silk, bunny girl, JK. It is equipment that increases men's attack speed. Ye Ling's eyes were fixed on the girl's legs. Sukiel also saw the lustful look in his eyes. She just smiled. In the life of adults, they know each other's routines and intentions, but they never see through or say them out loud. They understand it in their hearts, but they enjoy it. Do you like black stockings very much? No, I like white silk too. Neat silk fishnet is also good. Ye Ling was stunned for a moment. He was so focused on the massage that he blurted out his true feelings. He lowered his head in embarrassment and continued to do what he was supposed to do. Now I say I don't actually like to watch it, do you still believe me? Ye Ling's frustrated look made Sukiel laugh. Zundu is fake. Ye Ling Feng nodded frantically. The country is not yet strong. How can we talk about love between men and women? Why don't you take your hand away first? It's touching my thigh. It's pretty heavy. Ye Ling shuddered and looked down, only to find that his hand had moved from Sukiel's calf to his thigh without him noticing. Could this be the legendary flow state? Don't blame me. I can only blame Sukiel's legs for being so nice to touch. Those tight calves are elastic yet slender, not like the aesthetically distorted skinny legs, but have the fleshiness of a young girl, and when gently touched, they can even tremble elastically. Ye Ling's mind was filled with the feeling of the leg he had been touching for a long time. Really, it's a unique one. Ye Ling swallowed. The stockings are of such good quality that once they slide down to the bottom, they slide right up to your thighs. Sukiel nodded seriously, agreeing with Ye Ling's opinion. His eyes seemed to see through everything as he watched Ye Ling talking nonsense seriously. It's too slippery. Slide in the opposite direction. How about you slide up? Ye Ling was stunned and his mind went blank. Damn it. Something good? Chapter 23, 3 years of bloody profits, the death penalty is not a loss. Looking at Sukiel's half-smile, Ye Ling couldn't figure out what this little girl was thinking. Is this really a joke? Ye Ling's fingers were trembling a little. He wanted to touch upwards, but he felt that it would ruin his image. At this critical juncture, if a man touched her without hesitation, then he could only say, "This guy is nothing." At this moment, the door of the esports room was kicked open by a powerful pair of flip-flops. Son. Daddy is here, and gone. Don't go, Nima. Outside the door, Lin Huan was carrying her computer and wanted to rush into the room in an extremely casual manner, then put her computer on the table, and finally leave in a casual manner. But I didn't expect. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a man staring at a woman's lower body, his left hand touching her thigh, his right hand supporting himself on the ground, his mouth pointed at some unknown part of her body. After a period of mental struggle, Lin Huan concluded. The child has grown up, and he is no longer the same as he was back then. Thinking of this, Lin Huan naturally couldn't break this atmosphere. If she were in the turret on normal days, she would definitely rush around the room with a camera to record the moment of the birth of life. But he is Ye Ling. So, Lin Huan turned around and left with a sense of righteousness, missing the opportunity to capture the beautiful moments that were worthy of being recorded in the actual test. It hurts. It hurts so much, that Sukiel. Thinking about how such a school beauty was given to Ye Ling, it would be a lie to say that I wasn't envious. If I could hug such a beautiful woman and suck her deadly breast milk. 3 years of huge profit. The death penalty is worth it. Come back here. Ye Ling stood up and stood at the door, but the door was welded shut by Lin Huan. Ye Ling put his face close to the door and tried his best to push it open, but Lin Huan stood at the door like an 8-legged crab, motionless as a mountain. What the hell? Kid. Seize the opportunity. Don't worry, even if Dad dies outside today, he won't let anyone in. Get it done soon and have a baby, preferably a little one. I'll just take you as my son-in-law. From now on, we'll go our separate ways, you call me Dad, and I'll call you father-in-law. Ye Ling was confused. Your mother? You didn't dare to do anything. Have you, Lin Huan, thought about the rest of your life? Is it difficult for him? Fuck you. I didn't do anything. I just rubbed my ankle. I didn't go in. Do you understand? Inside the door, Ye Ling lowered his voice and an extremely deep bass sound came through the door. Lin Huan narrowed his eyes as he listened. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. As she spoke, Lin Huan opened the door, which was opened by Ye Ling, who was sweating profusely on his head. Ye Ling put his hands on his hips and rolled his eyes helplessly. Lin Huan, who was wearing flip-flops, shorts and a white vest, blinked, and Sukil also smiled and blinked. The three of you look at me and I look at you. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. The burly Lin Huan said stiffly, "Did I make a mistake?" Ye Ling smirked, "What do you think, sir?" Seeing this, Lin Huan walked into the room, put down the computer, clasped her hands together, and said awkwardly, "Sister-in-law, my brother made a mistake." Har har har. Ye Ling's neck stuck out like a turtle, and Sukil blinked in confusion. Sister-in-law? When did I become a sister-in-law? How come I didn't know? Ye Ling hit Lin Huan on the head with a hammer. If you keep yelling, I'll post your record of having a night of sex in the turret on the school forum, believe it or not. Hearing this, Lin Huan's face changed, and she pulled Ye Ling's hand like a pug. Don't be like this, Tilder, my dear father Tilder. Ye Ling smiled, but her face was red, and she forced herself to create a pair of dimples. Arch. Being called sister-in-law, Sukil was a little shy. She pouted and took off the other high heel. Her two pretty little feet walked around the room, and she did not forget to hand Lin Huan a bottle of water. But Lin Huan's eyes were fixed on the floor. Oh no! It's Yuzu. The little female boss felt embarrassed to be looked at by Lin Huan, so she quietly stood behind Ye Ling, completely losing the momentum to tell Lin Huan to get out of the way in the teaching building. Lin Huan also knew that his eyes were on his brother's future girlfriend, which was a bit too much, so he immediately slapped himself twice symbolically, and then smiled at Sukil. Student Su is so pretty. I happen to be a person without much moral integrity, so I looked at her a little too much. I apologize first. I also misunderstood you and Ye Ling. I deserve it. Lin Huan stretched out a hand hesitantly and said with an awkward smile, Lin Huan, Ye Ling's good brother. Sukil also shook hands with Lin Huan generously. Sukil, Ye Ling's, a very good friend, but not to the level of sister-in-law as you said. Sukil smiled sweetly. Lin Huan was genuinely happy that Ye Ling could find such a female companion. Seeing this scene, the awkward atmosphere just now disappeared, and Ye Ling was also very moved. Because of their previous lives, Sukil and Lin Huan actually became very good friends. Lin Huan always hoped that Ye Ling would look back and see Sukil, but Ye Ling was like a fool, with only Shinjushin in his eyes. Lin Huan was worried about his wife for several years and got lung cancer. But when she knew that Sukil was seriously ill at home, Lin Huan flew across most of China to find Ye Ling, and then brought Ye Ling to Canada to see Sukil for the last time. If, apart from Ye Ling's father, the one who values one's feelings the most must be Lin Huan. Although he looks big and strong, he is actually very gentle and kind at heart. For some reason, Ye Ling felt a little sore in the corners of his eyes. He turned his back to the two of them, looked deeply at the familiar lights and feasting outside the room, and sighed heavily. How many people wish they could live their life over again? Because there are too many unpleasant things in life. There are too many things worth worrying about. The corners of Ye Ling's eyes were a little wet. Time has passed, and now we are back to square one. There is no more embarrassment of the past, only a fresh start today. I am no longer lonely because of my stupidity, and I will not ignore the vast ocean because of the gardenia in my heart, because in my heart, there is a red rose that surpasses the fragrance. He glanced at Sukil who was sticking to him, and felt extremely relieved. Lin Huan patted Ye Ling's shoulder and whispered, Ye Ling, the girl at the front desk just told me that you have booked this room for 2 months. What are you going to do? Tell me the truth, I am also very curious. Ye Ling nodded. She picked up Sukil in her princess arms, fearing that Sukil would hurt his feet from walking. After putting Sukil safely on the chair, she and Lin Huan each sat on a chair. Afterwards, Ye Ling told Lin Huan about his plan. Lin Huan is not an outsider. In Ye Ling's heart, she is qualified to know everything. But Lin Huan nodded after listening. Ye Ling paused and asked, Why didn't you react after hearing this? Lin Huan asked puzzledly, What reaction do you want me to have? Ye Ling frowned and said, don't you think I'm daydreaming? A freshman is developing these mobile phone software and investing tens of thousands of dollars in it all at once. Ye Ling smiled bitterly. If it were in his previous life, he would never have the courage to do this. But what was unexpected was Lin Huan just looked as if it was a matter of course. No, you are better than me, you have more ideas and you dare to do things. It's normal. And I think this university is just your starting point. No matter how sci-fi it is, I will always stand behind you. Let's just make it bigger and stronger. Create more glory. Chapter 24, Can I wear it just for you to see? Ye Ling couldn't help laughing. It was too common for the brainless Lin Huan to say such words. Could it be that Ye Ling has to equip Lin Huan with an AK and get himself a Fody? The three of them sat in an esports room that was neither too big nor too small, smiling at each other. God knows this nascent relationship was much purer than many other relationships in the world. Moreover, the depth of this feeling will become more and more immersed as time goes by. The city lights are bright at night. In fact, in the eyes of many people, the mountain city is a place worth settling down. It does not have the expensive prices like those in the south of the Yangtze River. Even after a few years, the housing prices will not rise sharply. In the mountain city at night, you can see the rugged winding roads. The ruggedness here is not derogatory, but has a different kind of beauty. Through the windowsill, Ye Ling saw the future. He couldn't estimate how brilliant and moving his future would be, but at least the present life was something he had never experienced before. He had a good brother who trusted him. They were in high school. They didn't meet by chance, nor were they close friends, but they had a unique resonance in their souls. The two are top-notch bootlickers who see each other's feelings more clearly than the other, but when the same happens to them, they can't get out of the quagmire. On a dark night, two boys sat alone on the bridge, drinking a bottle of pure beer unique to the mountain city, savoring the love that was enough to tear their hearts apart. There is also a girl who I have decided is worthy of entrusting my life to. The incompleteness of feelings is always because the road has not yet reached the end of the unknown road. Some people are willing to be stupid and go all their way to the end, while others are willing to cut their losses and stay away from their own white moonlight. But Ye Ling knew clearly that the white moonlight was just a compliment from the filter, not rational nobility. Sukil is the latter. Ye Ling also has the weight to say that if he really gets together with Sukil, as long as Sukil doesn't lose him, he will just follow Sukil. Kola, are you going to work at this time? I'll take you there. Sukil nodded and prepared to get up, but Lin Huan spoke. It's so late, is Coke still going to work? Ye Ling chuckled and said, who do you think funded this project? Did the money fall from the sky? Lin Huan nodded in agreement. He seemed to know that Ye Ling's action this time was a bit of a desperate move. Kola, can you lend me Lao Yi for 5 minutes? I'll return it to you later. Ye Ling looked suspicious. Sukil was a little dumb, she just watched Ye Ling being dragged out of the room by Lin Huan. Ye Ling was naturally a little confused about Lin Huan's behavior. From the time he met her until now, this guy's emotional intelligence was not high, but he was a real man. But such a manly person, could he pull himself out and say something? Lin Huan took out a cigarette from her waist and handed it to Ye Ling. Ye Ling waved his hand and stuffed Lin Huan's cigarette back into the cigarette box. Stop smoking. Think about your health in the future. Don't let your lungs get damaged before you find a girlfriend. You won't be able to do things well in bed. You don't want your sex partner or girlfriend to say that you are not good enough, do you? Lin Huan, who was wearing a vest and had a few inches of stubble on his cheeks, waved his hand and sighed. It was not known whether he felt helpless because of Ye Ling's words or if he really thought it made sense. He silently threw the cigarette into the trash can on the side. Through the crack in the door, he saw Sukil quietly waiting in the room, and couldn't hide his envy. School beauty Su, you have known each other for such a short time and you are already in this relationship, you are really fast. Ye Ling did not answer. He regretted not letting Lin Huan smoke a few more cigarettes to shut her mouth. Lin Huan continued, what do you think of that girl? She is better than Shinjushin in terms of appearance, but your vision is much better than that of a loser like me. Ye Ling exhaled and said, what's the use of having a good face? Then, Ye Ling pointed at Lin Huan's heart and said, we have to be sincere. Lin Huan nodded helplessly, that's right, rather than letting you suffer in Shinjushin's place, it's better for you to find a new lover. When your sister-in-law and you are in a legitimate relationship, I will also try my best to find you a sister-in-law. Ye Ling's eyes flickered. Don't pretend, if you say that, there must be something going on. Tell me, which girl do you like? Lin Huan tasted the baby yang in her hand and smiled like an auntie. Maybe she's attracted to me. I think she's a good match. Her name is Xie Shui. She's from the acting department. She's very pretty and has a good personality. I'm going to. The corners of Ye Ling's mouth twitched, and at this moment his heart was in turmoil. Because he clearly remembered that this woman had played Lin Huan around in her previous life. Not only did she cuckold Lin Huan, but she also caused Lin Huan to contract lung cancer prematurely. Certainly. Ye Ling thought about making Lin Huan rich in this life. With money, it seems that women will be obedient to you and will not cheat on you. But ask yourself, will a woman really not cheat on you just because you are rich? Not necessarily. Ye Ling drank up the water in his hand and placed his palm slightly deeply on Lin Huan's shoulder. I support your feelings first, brother, but you have to think about it yourself. If you have any difficulties or needs in the future, tell me. I won't let you suffer. Although he said that he supported Lin Huan, Ye Ling was actually thinking about how to let Lin Huan know that this woman was not a good person, at least to him. Not sincere. But there are many ways and the road is long, so there is no need to worry about it now. With that, the two of them parted ways, and Sukil was also held by Ye Ling's hand as they walked out of the internet cafe. The snow had a different kind of brilliance under the street lights. Sukil sat gently on the seat behind Ye Ling's bicycle, with his arms around Ye Ling's waist. All he had was a full sense of security. Why did you think of sending me to work today? Sukil, who had been immersed in the topic for a long time, caught Ye Ling off guard. Your feet are injured, and I still let you come to work alone. You are so beautiful, I am worried about you. Ye Ling's words were casual, but he didn't know what tone to use. Should he say that Sukil's outfit was too revealing and would attract the attention of some perverts? This is somewhat rude to a girl, and denying a person's life is even more like a knife. Ye Ling pedaled the bicycle slowly. The wind made his ears feel cold, but gradually, a scarf appeared around his neck. Sukil, who was sitting on the back seat, tied the scarf around Ye Ling awkwardly, and then covered Ye Ling's ears with his hands. I know you're a little angry and think I'm not wearing enough. I swear, I won't do that again. Even if I wear it again. I only wear it for you to see. May I? Chapter 25. If I'm not domineering, who will spoil you? At night, on the stairwell bridge, the clear sound of car bells was extremely frequent due to the movement of Ye Ling's fingers. After hearing that, Ye Ling didn't know what to say. Sweet, of course it's very sweet. When a girl speaks like this, doesn't she give boys the sense of security they dream of? But because it was too sci-fi, these words kept turning over and over in Ye Ling's mind. To be honest, Ye Ling lived a miserable life in his previous life. There was a blur in Ye Ling's eyes. He had lived for more than 30 years, and the first 10 years were spent for Shinjushin. Shinjushin was like a needle, piercing the depths of Ye Ling's soul. This feeling lasted for half of Ye Ling's life. When he reached middle age, Ye Ling naturally chose to return to his hometown. After his father fled, he left a house to Ye Ling relying on the property. Ye Ling also met a woman of equal status. He wanted to spend a plain life, but was killed by Shinjushin. During that period of time, Ye Ling's life seemed to be distorted and deteriorated. Every night, Ye Ling could feel the heart-wrenching pain of the person who should have been far away from him. In the end, Ye Ling did not attend the engagement party, but chose to return to the mountain city and marry Shinjushin. But this was also the most inappropriate choice Ye Ling had ever made in his life. The choice does not bring heartbreak, but acceptance of death. The sound of the bell was extremely vague in Ye Ling's ears. He just stared at the bicycle on his feet. The bicycle was ordinary, but the relationship he was in now made him feel particularly dreamy. What should I say? Ye Ling asked himself a question. He didn't want to interfere with Sukil's daily life, nor did he want Sukil to make any concessions for him. She was who she was, and as long as he could always protect her, it would be enough. Being able to hold her in my heart is better than being with countless pairs of lovebirds on the verge of death. After stopping the car, Ye Ling lowered the bolt and parked the car in front of the bar. Ye Ling patted Sukil's head gently and said, "Go to work." Sukil stood there, looked at the bar behind him, and then looked at Ye Ling, who had a smile on his face. Aren't you going in? Ye Ling shook his head. I'm not a good drinker. It's not appropriate for a grown man to sit at the bar and watch a girl sing without drinking a glass of wine. Ye Ling didn't know what he was against. Was it his own thoughts? Are you afraid of the unpleasantness of seeing Sukil receiving greedy looks from a group of men in the audience while on the stage? He doesn't know. But my intuition told me that it would be better not to go. This is how the job is. It's not Sukil's fault, and he is not her official boyfriend. Even if he says more, it's just him crossing the line. Looking at Sukil's somewhat helpless face, Ye Ling felt mixed emotions. I felt a little distressed, and I also felt that the two people had some bitter fates connected. One lost his father, and the other lost his mother, but compared to Sukil, Ye Ling's father still gave him overflowing love, while Sukil had already lost contact with his mother. Burden can really crush a person. Ye Ling could only understand, but he also chose a way to weigh the pros and cons. But it's cold outside. Then warm me up. As he spoke, Ye Ling took Sukil's hand and put it against his cheek. The girl's body temperature was really heartwarming. Go quickly, or your boss will deduct all your wages. Sukil sighed softly, said, and walked towards the bar. Ye Ling did not look at Sukil's back, but quietly lit a melancholy cigarette. The smoke shone in his eyes, and he sighed about his past and present life. It's not a big deal, I just want to be cool. Just smoke, I knew something was wrong with you. Ye Ling had just blown out a smoke ring when he was slapped on the mouth. The hollow Ye Ling was annoyed by being slapped, but when he turned around, he saw Sukil with cheeks as puffy as a bun. He was stunned. What's wrong with you? Ye Ling's words were interrupted by Sukil, and the girl took the boy's hand and walked towards the bar. You're not drinking yet, and it's inappropriate for you to stay in the bar. You're obviously feeling uneasy, but you don't dare to say it. Really? Sukil turned around and made a pig-headed face at Ye Ling, and said what Ye Ling was about to say. His expression said, I'm just pretending to be you. Ye Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't puff up your face, you're like a dumpling. Sukil frowned. It was definitely not easy to see an angry expression under such a fresh and refined light makeup. Ye Ling was pinched by Sukil's hand and it hurt. You haven't smoked a cigarette for several months, but you smoked behind my back. You also said that my puffy face looks like a bun, but you are a stuffy bun. Ye Ling said helplessly, I'm really fine, go to work, why is a little girl so overbearing? Sukil hysterically said, I am domineering, so what? If I am not domineering, who will dote on you? Am I waiting for that Shinjushin? Are you sick, Ye Ling? I am just domineering today. Her face was stiffened by the cold wind, and Sukil's face was not sure whether it was red from the wind or from her own series of rapid-fire scolding. But it was obvious to the naked eye that this girl seemed really anxious this time. Sukil stared in amazement for a long time at Ye Ling's expression. He then held Ye Ling's wrists with both hands and spoke softly. Anyway, I just don't like seeing you worrying about gains and losses, and I also don't like seeing you daydreaming about me. I don't like this kind of behavior. Sukil used the most cowardly tone and spoke the most domineering words. It seemed like he was begging Ye Ling, but also like he was ordering Ye Ling. I don't know if I'm important to you, but you are very important to me. The girl looked a little dazed. An hand was around her waist and her cheek was just resting on that hot chest. Two voices flashed through her ears. One is the boy's heartbeat. One. The boy said that. Sorry. In the snow, the two loneliest people stood there, without any movement. But under that unchanging heartbeat. Alone. It seems to have become a thing of the past. Chapter 26 I admire others and I love you. Hey, this little beauty is singing again. I told you, buddy, I'm not framing you. Maybe he didn't come to sing yesterday because he had something else to do. Ciao, this leg is more beautiful than that celebrity's leg, right? You're here to listen to the music, don't dwell on that. Even if you're rich, people won't look down on you because you're almost 40 years old. Go away. You don't even allow me to think about it. Well, at our age, it's good enough that we can come and listen to some music. At the bar, Ye Ling sat on a high stool, shaking a cup of tea wine with a low alcohol content. What was so good about wine? It wasn't as good as Sprite, which was loved by Coke, but so many people were willing to drink it. He listened to the song that Sukil was listening to. The simple song, Jiangnan, gave the wine in the mountain city the unique charm of the Jiangnan rainy season. When the wind gets here, it sticks to the thoughts of passers-by. When the rain gets here, it becomes tangled into threads, entangling us to linger in the world. Having you by my side is fate, and fate is written on the 3 lives stone. Love is 1/10,000th sweet. I would rather be buried on this day. Having you by my side is fate, it seems painful, but in Ye Ling's heart, it is the most wonderful thing at this moment. Sukil, holding the microphone, looked at Ye Ling and he started to smile. Perhaps Sukil knew in her entire life how much she loved Ye Ling in her previous life, but Ye Ling in this life knew every detail of it. Perhaps at this moment, both of them longed to be able to accompany each other every day with a legitimate reason. The love between men and women always stays at a point where they don't know what reason to ask each other out. Ye Ling doesn't know whether Sukil has feelings for him at this moment. Living a new life doesn't mean everything will be the same as the previous life. Any reason would make me seem like I had ulterior motives, and I was also afraid that if she knew this, she would distance herself from me. Perhaps, now Sukil is just filling the position of lack of security. But it's not bad now. Sukil gave him the opportunity to take her out to have fun with a clear conscience. In the past, Sukil was clearly in love with Ye Ling. But now, Ye Ling has a crush on Sukil. Maybe it was the magnificent view in the studio, which was the wheat field in Ye Ling's heart. Ye Ling really wanted to say something to himself. That's it, you're in love. Feeling a little disappointed, Ye Ling downed the wine in one gulp. The alcohol content was not high, but it was a bit strong at first and choked him a little. Ahem. Dude, wipe it off. You're really brave to drink this wine in one gulp. The tissue was waved in front of Ye Ling's eyes. Ye Ling took it with a smile and wiped the corners of his mouth. Thanks. Ye Ling suddenly found a couple sitting in front of him. Judging from their clothes, they were both wearing high-end suits, which meant they were the elites of society. Of course, it is not ruled out that he had pretended to be a social person and got something for nothing. He had done such immoral things many times when he was at the end of his rope. The man shrugged and said nothing. After a long time, he pointed at Sukil on the stage. Girlfriend. Ye Ling waved his hands. No, it's not. The man disagreed, that's not honest. The booth here costs 3,000 yuan per person. Young man, you are dressed like a gentleman and have the airs of a rich man, but now I don't think you are a rich man. Why? Ye Ling was interested. It's because you just drank the wine in one gulp. The two smiled at each other. Ye Ling smiled because he was seen through. But it's also possible. You are a rich man with something on your mind. As he spoke, the man raised his glass and toasted Ye Ling. You have the temperament of a superior. Ye Ling spread his hands and rubbed his knees. The man's words were very smooth, and he was a shrewd old man in the society. He was good at both flattery and teasing, but he was also humorous. This was indeed what Ye Ling should learn. Anyway, you and that girl are definitely not the same. How do you know? You can see the light in her eyes. In this pitch-black darkness, can you see the light in my eyes? That's what makes the light in your eyes so special. The woman beside the man and Ye Ling burst out laughing at the same time. Ye Ling seemed to have been seen through again. This old man has such sharp eyes. But the fact that she brought you here shows that your relationship is not special. At this age, it's okay to have a relationship and experience the joy of love. There are so many insights between men and women. Love first. If you are willing to love, then give your heart. Even if he is Jiang Taigong, he still cares about you. He glanced at his wife beside him, his eyes full of love, as if he was about to kiss her in a moment. I don't understand the thinking of today's young people. They fall in love with every girl they meet. God knows whether they have taken too much melatonin or have rabies. As he spoke, the man pointed at Ye Ling, but think about it the other way around. They have no concerns. If they break up, they break up. You can tell from your face that you have too many concerns. Are you afraid that the relationship will become dull after it is established? Or are you afraid that you can't control the process and experience the results? Love has no expiration date, no matter if it's Western food that takes hours to cook or fast food that can be eaten in a few spoons. Fast food is shipped quickly, but when it reaches your mouth, it's up to you to decide when it will enter your stomach. Sometimes when I eat fast food, I accidentally take a bite of ginger, and then it bombards my mouth with all kinds of things, and I end up crying while hugging a trash can. But as an old man, I sometimes really want to experience this kind of breakdown. As for love, does it have to be as plain and dull as an old couple like us? No, 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 that's too tiring. Although, I still love my wife very much. The man sighed lightly and nodded unconsciously, but what followed was that his wife punched his bald head hard. Ye Ling could not deny what the man said. Take your time. This kind of emotional matter cannot be explained in a few words. You are not old, why do you speak so old? The man may not know that the boy in front of him is a few years older than him. The man was also intoxicated by Sukhil's singing, "This girl is pretty." The woman raised her eyebrows, "I'm still here." The man hushed, "I look at people out of admiration, and I look at you out of love." The woman sighed, "I can't afford love." The man leaned close to the woman's cheek and kissed her gently. Ye Ling's mouth twitched when he saw this. Is this still a market? The man let go, "Sorry, we have been in Europe for a long time, so we are more open-minded." Ye Ling smiled wryly, "It's okay." The man gossiped, "You don't have any feelings for that girl?" "I don't believe it. She's so pretty and sings so well, it's hard for a man to control his legs." Listening to the man's words, Ye Ling's eyes became more eager for Sukhil, as if under the man's words, Sukhil's image became more perfect, his appearance could move people's hearts at will, his singing voice was like the sound of nature, and he was very understanding of him. Perfect. I want to go to her with the answers. The voice of this sentence was very low, but it was loud enough for all three of them to hear. At 11 o'clock, Sukhil got off work. She sat next to Ye Ling with a guitar in her hand. Sukhil was a little surprised to see the couple in front of Ye Ling. Few people would sit at the bar here, because few people would spend so much money to sit in a front seat and watch an unknown student sing. Get off work. Yeah. Ye Ling handed her a cup of freshly warmed hot milk. Drink it while it's hot. Sukhil smiled sweetly and took a sip. Are you going back to the internet cafe later? Ye Ling nodded, yes, let's go back and work on the code. We should try to make the game in 2 months. We need to make money as soon as possible to redeem your house. Ye Ling's expression changed, then where do you sleep? Sukhil shook her head, Phuket Island wow. Then she pulled Ye Ling's hand, I don't want to go back to the dormitory. The girls in the dormitory are too noisy. Ye Ling sighed a little, not because of embarrassment, but because of heartache. It's okay. I'll go back and think of a solution. Come back to the internet cafe with me later. Hearing that he could stay with Ye Ling, Sukhil nodded his head like a woodpecker. He was so happy. Seeing the two of them being a little sick of each other, the man sitting opposite couldn't help laughing. You two, there's an old couple here, please restrain yourself. Ye Ling joked, you were making so many noises just now, but you didn't think of this. The man's expression was like Ye Wen, with his finger raised, as if he was amused. A college student. Yes. What is coding for? Software. That's right. Why do you suddenly want to make software? Yes, the software market will be huge in the future, but capital. To be honest, it's not something a college student like you can get. Ye Ling twitched his lips, afraid that the man would say. The water is too deep, you can't control it, let me do it. Whether you can touch it or not is not something that can be explained in one sentence. Brother, I must have encountered many difficult roads to get to where I am now. The man nodded and admitted it. 2008 was a time of many opportunities, but without courage, it was just nonsense. How much money do you think you can make? Ye Ling made a 5 sign with his hand. 500,000. 5 million. Ye Ling added, upwards. The man's expression didn't change much, but he was also very surprised. You may be young, but you have a big heart. The man then analyzed, 5 million. From your tone, it should be a short-term project, or a transaction. So, after you earn the 5 million, what are you going to do? Ye Ling frankly stated his next plan, stocks. I'm optimistic about a stock recently. If nothing goes wrong, I can make some money. The man nodded and stopped asking questions with discretion. We only met once, so I can't say too much about you. I never judge people by just a glance, but you and I are probably just casual acquaintances. However, the world is so big that nothing can be perfect. I also hope that one day you can live a successful life. I also hope that you can find that person with your answer. As they spoke, the man and the woman supported each other and stood up. Before leaving, they did not forget to give Ye Ling a look, and their eyes were directed at Sukil. The man seemed to have thought of something and turned around and handed a business card to Ye Ling. Media company, you can show it to your girlfriend. If you have any ideas, come to me. The man left in great style. Ye Ling looked at the business card in his hand. Tong Xiaoqi. Ye Ling put the business card into his pocket. He hoped that Sukil would control his own future. If Sukil wanted to go, he could do so at any time. Ye Ling, are you just going to tell them your thoughts like this? Ye Ling said frankly, it seems that there are wealthy gentry with capital who are much more successful than us. Whatever I say, they will have a judgment in their hearts. They know better than us how much water there is in what we say. It is better to be honest and make friends. Maybe the road ahead will be easier. Sukil nodded, not quite understanding. Ye Ling looked at Sukil's silly look and held her hand. Let's go, I'll take you home. Just as the two were about to get up, a wine glass suddenly appeared on the table for no apparent reason. It's still early, why don't you sit down for a while? Chapter 27. You didn't provoke me, but you scolded my sister-in-law. In the glass, judging by the color of the light, there was a glass of tequila. Following the direction of the glass, my sight stretched further and further, and finally to a man in gorgeous clothes. The two looked at each other, and Ye Ling couldn't help but frowned. Because the two of them are so familiar with each other. They are so familiar with each other that they want to strangle each other when they meet. Student Yi, long time no see. The man shook the wine glass in his hand and said Ye Ling's name, but his eyes never left Sukil. Kola, you too. Ye Ling said calmly, Senior Bai, do you still have the leisure to come to this bar so late at night? Bai Chen shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I recently heard that Keel works here, so I wanted to come and see Keel. It's normal for us to reminisce about the old times as high school classmates. High school classmates. Ye Ling really didn't know this. In his eyes, Bai Chen was at best the only one in Shinjuxin's heart who could rival his childhood sweetheart of 18 years. But just from this sentence, we can tell that Bai Chen came to the bar today definitely not to commit fraud. Sukil held Ye Ling's hand tightly, with displeasure hidden in his eyes. Bai Chen, if you just want to look at me, you have seen enough, you can leave. Bai Chen shook his head, obviously not taking the slightly sharp words from the two people in front of him seriously. Su Shuame, don't be so harsh. The bar here is close, but I spent $3,000 just to see you. But you talk to me like this. Isn't it a bit against the principle that customers are God? Sukil gritted his teeth, but it was true that if he spoke out against a customer like him, he would lose his job. And Ye Ling also heard the origin of the writing. A girl is undoubtedly the most embarrassed at this time. She can clearly feel that the other party has ulterior motives towards her, but under some force majeure factors, she has no way to do anything. Kola, wait for me outside. Sukil shook her head. She could clearly feel that this so-called high school classmate was coming for her. She didn't want Ye Ling, a college student with no strength at the moment, to withstand the malice of Bai Chen, a son of a landlord. Be obedient, I'll be back soon, it's okay. Sukil thought for a moment and chose to compromise, I'll wait for you. After a while, two men were left at the table. Bai Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes and words revealed his disdain for a child like Ye Ling who was not a big deal. Not bad, you have some generosity, at least you won't let a woman carry the knife. Ye Ling said calmly, grace is not something you can pretend with just a piece of clothing and a glass of wine. Bai Chen nodded and said, yes, but even this piece of clothing is enough to buy you 3 or 4 sets of clothes. This is not pretending, but the most basic difference between people. Just like you and Shinjuxin, I only need a few simple actions and she will be by my side, but you are different. Even if you do that, you still have a meaningful place in her heart. At the table, 2 glasses of wine and 2 people declare each other's status. At least now the winner is clear. Bai Chen's family is in the ceramic business, and their family fortune has long exceeded 100 million. In terms of wealth, there are few people in the entire Luoheng University who can compete with him, not to mention an insignificant freshman like Ye Ling. In his eyes, women are just cannon fodder. However, if Bai Chen said this in his previous life, it would probably make Ye Ling feel heartbroken, but now these words seemed like nothing to Ye Ling. What is there to remember about a woman who made me lose everything? Ye Ling said calmly, her status has never been important to me, and I will not give my sincerity unconditionally. I think you two are a good match. One of you pretends to be a White Lotus, and the other eats your father's money and pretends to be an upper-class person. Even a dog would shake his head when seeing this. Bai Chen looked at him with disdain. As a poor college student, he could only talk. Some people are born in the swamps, some are born in Rome. You are the former, and I am the latter. I don't need to experience your life, and you can't experience mine at all. I had no money, so my dad transferred 100,000 yuan into my card. What about you? Even if your father works hard for a whole year, he can't give you that much money. Just like Shinjushin, you can't win her love no matter how hard you try. You will only be moved by yourself. It's not that you are not worthy of her heart, but that you are not as good as me. Do you understand? As he spoke, Bai Chen took out a check and placed it on the table. Tell me a number. If you leave Sukil, I'll give you a chance to escape poverty. You can pay 100,000 yuan, so you can buy a luxurious car. You can also pay 300,000 yuan, so you can buy an apartment. Of course, you can also pay 1 million yuan, and you will have a great chance of having no worries about food and clothing in the future. What is Shinjushin in your eyes? Ye Ling's question surprised Bai Chen. Bai Chen took a puff of the cigar in his hand and said, women, that's all. Bai Chen raised 3 fingers and said, my interest in women will not last more than 3 months. Shinjushin is a bit of an exception. She looks good and is worth my careful tasting. Sukil is different. She is my high school classmate. I have been paying attention to her since high school. But this poor girl is blind and doesn't know that following me will make her life 100 times more comfortable for the rest of her life. But she just won't listen. Isn't that ridiculous? The check slipped in front of Ye Ling. Looking at the check in front of him, Ye Ling's palm was so painful from being clenched by himself. Ye Ling picked up the check and pen, and Bai Chen smiled. Student Yi, you really understand. Click. There were 2 words written on the check. Priceless. Ye Ling picked up the check and waved it in front of Bai Chen, then he placed the check on the table with a pen. My people can never be bought with money. Having said that, Ye Ling stood up and prepared to leave this bar that made him feel so smoky and foul. But Bai Chen also stood up. Ye Ling, I gave you a chance to get rich, but I also told you that this is only one chance. Why do you think Shinjushin asked you to shoot that video? You have already lost to Sukil once, you will only lose a second time. Ye Ling's figure became smaller and smaller in Bai Chen's field of vision, but a dark shadow walked beside Ye Ling. Ye Ling looked back, and a very familiar scene reappeared before his eyes. A loud slap. It hit Bai Chen in the face. Sukil clenched his fists, anger spreading in his pupils. It's not your turn to talk about my people. Bai Chen was stunned by the slap, and the bartender who was dozing off but heard the whole process was also awakened by the slap. He looked at the bar in a daze, only to see Sukil, who was wearing hot clothes, staring at the fallen Bai Chen from a bird's eye view. When has this young man, who has always treated women as weapons, ever suffered such humiliation? How dare you hit me? He stood up and wanted to slap Sukil. But as soon as he raised his hand, a muffled sound came from his head. Bang! Ye Ling raised his wine glass and smashed it directly on Bai Chen's head. Bai Chen felt dizzy. He held onto the sofa and tried to stand firmly, but he couldn't stand up no matter how hard he tried. His eyes were hazy and he could only vaguely see the figures of a pair of men. He gritted his teeth and yelled. Surveillance! Check the surveillance for me. Someone, call the police. The bartender listened to what was said, scratched his nose with his finger, and silently blatantly smashed the surveillance camera. It just broke, sorry. After saying that, the bartender also winked at Ye Ling, telling him to leave quickly. Ye Ling returned a look of gratitude, then touched Sukil's swung fist. Idiot, didn't I ask you to wait for me outside? Sukil imitated Ye Ling and flicked his finger lightly on Ye Ling's head. I don't like him, and I don't want you to lose face. Ye Ling felt relieved. He picked up the check on the table and turned to leave. Bai Chen looked at the 2 figures walking away with a disappointed look in his eyes. They both had cigarettes in their mouths, and the check, under the flames of the cigarette butts, gradually turned into dust and disappeared with the bubble. After a long time, Bai Chen regained consciousness and punched the table, leaving a crack on it. Fuck you. Sukil. You're pretending to be a pure White Lotus. Once I get my hands on that camera, I'll make you climb into my bed sooner or later. As he spoke, Bai Chen turned on the phone and looked at a woman with the note, Pao Kuzi number 5. In a corner of the bar, a man wearing a white vest and flip-flops, holding a lollipop in his mouth, swung a baseball bat in his hand, and walked out of the bar silently, saying, "You guys play first, I'm going to beat someone up." Bai Chen was driving a Porsche on the road. His mind was filled with images of women's bodies and being tongue-rolled. He accelerated at full speed, intending to drive all the way to their hotel, but gradually, the car slowed down and finally stopped at an alley near the hotel. "Shit, what's going on?" Bai Chen got out of the car, but looked at the tires. Why is the tire flat? Kicking the wheel in frustration, Bai Chen walked into the bar where he was going to have sex. He walked into the alley, but a small electric scooter appeared in front of the alley, blocking his way. A loser in flip-flops got off the electric scooter and walked straight towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen squinted his eyes and couldn't see their way. But gradually, Bai Chen discovered. This guy is targeting me. Fuck you, who the hell are you? State. As soon as Bai Chen finished speaking, he was hit on the neck by a stick. The stick made Bai Chen see stars. Your grandpa's kid is really good at running. He can drive this far even with the tires deflated. Do you know that I rode my little sheep to chase you for 800 miles? Your grandpa is very tired. Bai Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Who the hell are you? Did I provoke you?" The loser grinned and said, "You didn't provoke me, but you scolded my sister-in-law." Chapter 28. I want to look at you too. I couldn't sleep all night. Even when he was breathing, Ye Ling had to hold his waist. Of course, holding your waist is serious. He was just feeling a little dizzy from looking at the computer, his eyes moving back and forth in front of the 4 computers. After returning to the internet cafe, Ye Ling put a simple soft bed he bought on the road into the room. The gaming chairs at that time were not as comfortable as those in the future. Even if Geu came and slept on it for a night, he would have to hold his neck the next day. The bed is not big, just big enough for Sukil. Sukil lies on her side on the bed, a girl who has been busy all day, breathing very heavily. As soon as she returned to the internet cafe, the girl did not change her clothes or wash up. She just lay down on the bed, which was neither soft nor hard, with her eyes groggy. After drinking a cup of hot milk, Ye Ling rubbed his eyes. He slowly stood up, took a chair and sat next to Sukil, quietly listening to Sukil's breathing. In the dim room, I quietly held a cup of warm milk and stared at Sukil absent-mindedly. It was simple and quiet, but this brief feeling had a taste of nostalgia for an innocent person in the vicissitudes of life. The melancholy that should not belong to me suddenly settled into my heart. If I had never met Sukil in this life, so where should this money go? At this moment, Sukil should sleep without any worries in the bridal chamber left for him by his father, instead of accompanying him to suffer the hardships of life. All of a sudden, Ye Ling felt like he was torturing Sukil. Although the latter was willing, the former was somewhat reluctant. Life is always contradictory. When I go back to the past, I can recall that my past life is unfair to Sukil. But when I look to the future and think that I can give Sukil the answers, it all seems worth it. Just like what Forrest Gump said, future life is like chocolates in a box, you don't know what the next one will taste like. But in Ye Ling's opinion, it seems that he has already anticipated and foreseen his future life. He doesn't want to experience the heart-wrenching pain of a distorted life again. He wants to experience a world that truly belongs to him. When it comes to love, Ye Ling actually doesn't dare to guarantee it from the bottom of his heart. For some reason, Ye Ling had a strange feeling that he was making up for Sukil's indulgence towards his father. People are afraid of losing, and because they are afraid of having no results, they choose the process. I am afraid that even a promise made in the future will not be able to preserve the warmth of our feelings. But no matter how long the remaining warmth lasts, it can't warm Shinjushin's heart, right? The boy laughed at this moment, perhaps at himself. Between someone who loves him and someone you love, which one would you choose? One is luxury, the other is self-love. People always say that to love others you must first love yourself, but how many people can do it? But for Ye Ling, fortunately, he has the possibility to really become the one who loves each other, but when can it be realized? He doesn't know. But he was willing to wait. Ye Ling gently touched Sukil's hair. He wanted to take a closer look at the girl's face. He didn't have any adjectives to describe the girl, nor did he know what his ideal type was, because what he liked was the ideal type. Ye Ling greedily held Sukil's hand, but was too timid to hold it too tightly. Sometimes Ye Ling really felt that he was not a man. Isn't he just a girl's hand? There is nothing you can't touch. For some reason, Ye Ling began to hum a little tune. This time, he hummed very seriously and didn't want to make a wrong tune. He hoped that the notes would be like this simple love, with a beautiful beginning and process, and should also have a happy ending. If Sukil is an unfinished song, then Shinjushin is the piano that has long been in disarray. But fortunately, Ye Ling admitted the wrong ending and the bad result, and was willing to end the unforgettable wishful thinking. But what really frightened Ye Ling was that he didn't dare to love without any worries. That kind of timidity deep in his bones could not be solved in 1 or 2 lifetimes. In this era, people always like to be ambiguous before confirming their identities, because it costs nothing. But the ridiculous thing is that some people find out the next day that they don't like the person that much after confirming their identities. How ridiculous! This is really ridiculous. The more I saw in my previous life, the more I think about it now, and the more I fear. What is smooth sailing, once and for all? The most painful thing for a person is heart disease. He still remembers that when Shinjushin and Bai Chen were together, he lay on the bed and cried his heart out. He couldn't even breathe. He took half a bottle of melatonin, and all he could do was sob endlessly in the dark night. But she really seems to love Sukil. He couldn't suppress his desire. He took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. He put the corner of his mouth close to Sukil's ear and wanted to touch his face with his palm. I really want to get close to your ear and say, I like you. The voice is very light and gentle, just like the breeze. But in the end, Ye Ling did not put down his hands. It was not known whether he was afraid of waking up the sleeping Sukil. Reason prevailed. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but the second hand of time seemed to have stopped, and his hand stayed on the cheek that was so close to him. His wrist was grabbed. What's the matter? The girl's misty eyes were bright and charming, and seemed to be mixed with a hint of tenderness. Ye Ling's throat seemed to be clamped, and after a long pause, he finally uttered a word. Want to see you. Ye Ling felt helpless for a moment. He wanted to withdraw his hand and break free from Sukil, but Sukil's hand was like a wisp of wind that was about to disappear, and he refused to let go. The girl's mouth was sparkling. Don't move. I want to see you too. Chapter 29, Dad. Dad. In the silent room, heavy breathing sounds came one after another. On the small plank bed, covered with a very simple blanket, Sukil curled up in Ye Ling's arms, like a pig that had fallen asleep for a long time and didn't want to wake up. Her little hands clutched Ye Ling's clothes, and even though she was drowsy, she still had a little strength and didn't want to let go. Sukil slept very soundly, and the chest she leaned on was like the distant mountain she had been looking for a long time. Ye Ling also fell asleep because he was really too tired. The sun outside the window gradually rose from the mountain city and shone on their cheeks. It was not until after 10 o'clock that they woke up. Sukil stretched his waist, rubbed his eyes, burped a little, supported himself on the bed with both hands, squinted his eyes and savored the sleepiness. He even wanted to take a nap before getting up. Sukil's eyes darted around the room, and when his gaze fell on the top of the line computers, he involuntarily let out an hey like a happy groundhog. Her fingers quietly touched the computer desk, she moved her butt, subconsciously looked around to see if Ye Ling was there, and then whoosh. She turned on the computer. But the next moment, the door was opened. Sukil was startled and directly pressed the rest button on the display screen. Then he sat there like an elementary school student, pouting his lips and not moving. Unexpectedly, Ye Ling smiled and said, Don't pretend. You're pouting like you're afraid I don't know, right? Sukil rolled his eyes and said aggrievedly, How could that be? Play, this computer is for you to play, if you don't play, who will? I'm just afraid that you didn't get enough sleep, and you'll get dizzy if you play games as soon as you get up. Ye Ling walked to Sukil's side with breakfast, hooked Sukil's nose with his finger, and then helped Sukil turn on the screen that he had quietly turned off. Come, have breakfast first. Ye Ling took out a bottle of warm egg milk, a few fragrant hot buns, and the tea eggs that Sukil had been craving for the past 2 days from the bag. Eat quickly. Ye Ling patted Sukil's head, and Sukil nodded obediently. You may not be able to play the game later. I want you to accompany me to Outsourcing Avenue to finish the remaining things. Ye Ling carefully considered the 2 requirements, namely funds and equipment. He could solve the code problem himself, but if he outsourced it, he would not be able to do it on his own. Unexpectedly, Sukil nodded and put on black stockings. Good. Ye Ling couldn't help but be surprised by Sukil's decisive attitude. Soon, the two went downstairs and walked out of the internet cafe. The internet cafe was a bit remote and it was difficult to get a taxi at the moment, so Ye Ling held Sukil's hand and walked all the way to the university town. But when they reached a crossroads, they could see an extremely eye-catching black Ferrari 718. The car has been well maintained, so its appearance is no different from a new car. Porsche is undoubtedly a luxury car that all the girls in the university are attracted by. The Porsche is so expensive. Whose senior's car is this? I want to sit in his passenger seat. Yeah, this car must cost at least hundreds of thousands. Look at his license plate. The last three words are maritime 520. How could that girl bear it? Sisters, let me tell you the truth, I would rather suffer in a sports car than ride on a bicycle. While this group of college students were discussing, an extremely pretty girl, carrying a small white bag, walked along the corridor of youth with an extremely pure air, her waist-length hair fluttering and fluffy. Seeing the girl coming, the door of the Porsche opened for her, and a boy in a suit walked out of the driver's seat. Facing the gazes from all around, he had an arrogance that no one else could match him. Jushin, come here. The boy was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, and the girl took it with satisfaction. After crossing the road, Ye Ling held Sukil's hand and walked across the road as usual. But then he saw Jushin walking towards him in the opposite direction, and Bai Chen who had put a lot of foundation on his forehead as if to cover up the wound. Of course Ye Ling knew about the wound on Bai Chen's forehead, as it was caused by his own hands. At the same time, looking at Ye Ling walking towards him, Jushin's expression changed from surprise to stagnation. Ye Ling. Bai Chen, who was only looking at Jushin, raised his head when he heard the word Ye Ling. The four of them looked at each other in an awkward atmosphere. When they saw Ye Ling's face clearly, a trace of anger flashed across Bai Chen's eyes for an instant. He recalled the slap Sukil had given him last night and clenched his fists even more. But soon, he concealed his emotions towards the two of them in his heart, then took Jushin's bag, and handed the rose in his hand to Jushin. A beautiful flower goes with a beautiful woman, Jushin, take it, you deserve it. With just a simple action like handing over flowers, Ye Ling could feel Bai Chen looking at her countless times, and every probing glance was a provocation. The sense of superiority of wealthy people is revealed all the time. Jushin unconsciously glanced at Ye Ling out of the corner of her eye. She hesitated for a moment, then took the rose with a complicated smile. Thanks. Jushin's hesitation was so short that people didn't notice it. In Bai Chen's eyes, Jushin's heart was relying on him. As for Ye Ling, he was undoubtedly a jumping clown. In his opinion, he had undoubtedly won a victory. But Ye Ling had no interest in these things. He just wanted to watch the fun and stayed here for a while. But Bai Chen stopped the two of them at this moment. Ye Ling, long time no see, wouldn't you like to say a few words? Ye Ling raised his eyebrows and walked towards the two of them with ease. Senior Bai, it's been long time since we last met. As he spoke, Bai Chen stretched out his hand with a fake smile, motioning for Ye Ling to shake hands. Ye Ling was quite polite, but who couldn't see the mystery in the handshake? Ye Ling was a little taller than Bai Chen, but Bai Chen was much stronger. Bai Chen intentionally clenched his hands, which hurt Ye Ling, but Ye Ling just laughed it off as a childish way of venting. I heard that Ye Ling and Jushin were high school friends. Har har har, I often hear Jushin mention you. After all, my girlfriend is still nostalgic. But it doesn't matter, you can still be friends. Last time. Bai Chen showed a hint of dissatisfaction in the corners of his eyes. But Ye Ling said something in advance. A bar? Or a girls' dormitory? Bai Chen smiled awkwardly, of course it's the girls' dormitory. Bai Chen, who has been traveling among merchant families for many years, habitually puts a smile on his face. He looks warm, but every word he says is as sharp as a knife. High school classmates, nostalgia, it doesn't matter, we can still be friends. Every word he said was about exposing Ye Ling's scars, as if the feeling of stepping on Ye Ling under his feet was the source of Bai Chen's pleasure. Looking at the two people in front of him, Ye Ling just raised his eyebrows slightly. They are a perfect match, really a perfect match. Bai Chen is worth over 100 million yuan, and is considered a wealthy family. His family is in the ceramic business. Shinjushin's family also has a net worth of tens of millions due to the huge profits from last year's business. Not worthy. Ye Ling means. From now on, Shinjushin will no longer be worthy of me. Shinjushin, who didn't understand the conversation between the two, was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Ye Ling, why are you here? Ye Ling spread his hands. His tone was not strange, but extremely normal. It's normal to go back to school, but school is not the destination. We are going to Outsourcing Avenue, and we just happened to run into you. Bai Chen smiled when he heard this. Outsourcing Avenue? People who go there are not idle people. But since classmate Yi is going there too, I also happen to be going to Outsourcing Avenue. How about I give you a ride in my Porsche? Shinjushin and Bai Chen leaned side by side on the door of the Porsche, but the former never noticed the latter's eyes. The latter's eyes were always on Sukil. Sukil hated this kind of speculative look and she was a little angry. I want to leave this place holding Ye Ling's hand. She felt that Ye Ling didn't need to endure the anger of this couple. But the more she looked at Sukil's embarrassed eyes, the more proud Bai Chen felt. A woman would inevitably feel angry when she sees her man being so embarrassed. Then he could just walk away in style. Bai Chen's smile grew more intense. But of course, there's a free driver and I'm saving the taxi money. Let's go, Coke, sit for a while. As he spoke, Ye Ling consciously opened the back door of the car and let Sukil go in first, not forgetting to pat Bai Chen on the shoulder. Master, thank you for your hard work. Outside the Porsche, stood a man and a woman with confused looks on their faces. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Chapter 30. Don't misunderstand me. A person can be open-minded enough to take anything lightly, and Ye Ling has achieved it. Speaking to Bai Chen and Shinjushin in the most ordinary tone, although it did not cause any big waves, this pebble was enough to stir up huge waves of repatriation in the lake of their hearts. In the past, Ye Ling would have been overwhelmed by Bai Chen's difficulties. I feel ashamed, that's for sure. Bai Chen, who got into the car, had a subtle and even embarrassed look on his face. He had originally wanted to provoke Sukil, but he didn't expect Ye Ling to be so shameless. Not only did he fail to vent his anger on Ye Ling, but he let Ye Ling take advantage of him by taking his car and letting him be the driver. Shinjushin was also a little surprised, but she still said to Bai Chen in a dignified manner, I'm sorry, he is just like this, sorry to bother you. Bai Chen said awkwardly, what's the trouble? You are already my girlfriend. Why are you embarrassed about such a small matter? It's so strange. With that, the two of them got into the car. With a loud bang, the Porsche's accelerator was fully stepped on by Bai Chen's angry kick, and it drifted towards the north. Bai Chen put his palm with the brand name watch on it on the steering wheel, tapping his fingers without any rhythm. He really didn't understand why a man could be so shameless. The atmosphere in the car was very strange, and the air seemed to be much thinner. As for Ye Ling, Bai Chen didn't know what to talk to him about. Wrong. There is no need to chat at all. Thinking of Bai Chen, I wanted to slap myself in the mouth. If I hadn't been so bad-mouthed, wouldn't these things have happened? You bastard, driver, I'm a rich second generation and I'm your driver. Bai Chen didn't want to talk, his face was stern, he just wanted to drive well, but when he thought about it, it seemed that he was more like a driver. All right. Even more angry. Compared with the back row, the two depressing seats in the front seemed countless times quieter. In the back seat, Ye Ling's hands were intertwined with Sukil's. The sweetness between the two people's hands was reflected in the rearview mirror. Shinjushin, who had been watching, felt strange in her heart. She turned on her cell phone and typed. After a while, Ye Ling's cell phone rang. I am not Bai Chen's girlfriend yet. He is just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. We are just going to watch Iron Man. You know I like watching movies very much. Don't get me wrong. Ye Ling shook his head and laughed, holding Sukil's little hand with one hand and typing with the other. Okay, have fun then. Shinjushin, who was sitting with her eyes closed and feeling a little restless, was holding her cell phone. Soon, the phone vibrated. She quickly opened it and saw the message from Ye Ling. She was happy at first, but after seeing the content of the message, she could no longer laugh. Okay, then have fun. She stared at her phone infatuatedly. For some reason, she felt irritated and even annoyed for no reason. But hidden deep in her heart was a sense of inexplicable grievance. Shinjushin lifted her hair and became more serious. She typed on the keyboard quickly. Ye Ling, are you still angry with me? I know Qingqing went a bit too far in saying those things to you that day. But I'm not the one who said that. I have also pulled her away. Come on, Bai Chen is asking me to go to the movies now, why don't you have any emotions at all? You seem to have really changed. If it were before, you would definitely not let me go. Can you please talk to me like a man? I don't believe you don't care about me at all. But what Shen Zhuxian didn't know was that Ye Ling had already handed the phone to Sukil, and all these messages were seen by Sukil, as Ye Ling was too lazy to even read them. Sukil poked Ye Ling's arm and gave him a look that said, no way. Ye Ling shook his head and gave a look that said, not necessary. Shen Zhuxian turned off her phone, closed her eyes, leaned against the glass, and put her fingers on her forehead. She felt so confused, so confused. She had sworn not to talk to Ye Ling again, and just as Liu Qingqing said, there was a better man than Ye Ling by her side. Why? Why? Although she was cruel enough, when she saw Ye Ling, she couldn't suppress her thoughts about Ye Ling and couldn't help looking for Ye Ling's hand. It hurts so much. Bai Chen frowned. Along the way, he watched Shen Zhuxian typing away on the keyboard. Every time you send a message, the back seat vibrates once. Of course he knew that it was Shen Zhuxian who was sending a message to Ye Ling. But what can I do? Falling out with Ye Ling? Making trouble? My father, Bai Zhantang, is worth over 100 million. Who would bother with such an idiot? But Bai Chen was angry. Bai Chen's heart was filled with bitterness. After being immersed in it for a long time, Shen Zhuxian finally raised her head. Through the gaps in her bangs, her slightly moist pupils turned to the reflector. What she saw was Sukil clinging on Ye Ling's shoulder like a little bird, leaning quietly. But Ye Ling was smiling calmly, a smile that was full of contentment. Shen Zhuxian felt a little suffocated, she even felt like she couldn't breathe. She often saw Ye Ling smiling at her like this. That kind of tenderness should have belonged to me. Ye Ling, you really don't like me anymore? Shen Zhuxian began to doubt herself, her toes clenched tightly on the soles of her high heels. In her heart, she ignited an extreme fire. But sad waters also flowed. She was a little scared. Because Ye Ling really seemed to not care about himself anymore. No matter what you do. Now he doesn't even care about going out to the movies with other boys. That Ye Ling. Don't you care about yourself anymore? Thinking about it. In this originally crowded carriage. But Sukil felt unusually empty. She shed tears. Can't stop.